Yeah. Searching for an outlet for my laptop. Wifey told me, look, guess you found the jackpot. My ties and high ties, that's the backdrop. The day in the life, this is just a snapshot. High power workers, pushing long hours, sacrificing our time, but so long as it's ours. 5 or 6 hours on a Saturday easily. Grinding out our 20s was the choice we made strategically. Reaping what we sow and doing so equally. What's mine is yours while yours divides evenly. You win, I want you to win frequently. Outshine me, baby, that's another way of pleasing me. Your ambition is the nourishment that's feeding me. I tell you my wildest dreams and you believe with me. People tell us all the time what we perceive to be, but only goals that I have is what you reach with me. I hope they know that I need you like you needin' me. Living independently though and free to be. With each season I'm glad my queen reigns with me and leads with me. You feel it?
Ain't no slowing us down, ain't no stopping us now. We stay working without a worry. I got you, got me. Love how you talk when you got something in mind. We stay tuned and tapped and going higher and higher.
It's kinda hard to keep up with all the movement that we do. So aligned to our calling, yo, we glued to that pursuit. Came a long way from where we was rooted. If you told us we would do this as a youth, couldn't have knew that that'd be true. Now the youth tell us cause of you, I know me too. We try to tell them only thanks to Jesus that we do. We withdraw from him to deposit into you. See, living with significance, that's really all that matters. Cause life after death ain't concerned with no one's status. I'd rather live a full, rich life than the palace. The queen kinda agrees, but that's part of the challenge. I'm playing. It's really about the balance. A hammer's just a tool, it's the heart that could be malice. We praise the Mayday for the grace and the talent. Watch the word spread from Bridgeport to London to Dallas, Jamaica to Ethiopia down to Addis. Mission minded every time we get to traveling. Even when these current circumstances change our habits, we still be in airplane mode more than average. You feel it?
Ain't no slowing us down, ain't no stopping us now. We stay working without a worry. I got you, got me. Love how you talk when you got something in mind. We stay tuned and tapped and going higher and higher. With that's what we do. We do. We do. We do. That's what we do.
It's only natural to want to relax, unwind, and encourage everyone else on the planet to just fuck right off. It's only natural. Hemptown Naturals. Get yours at hemptownusa.com.
It's your chance to be Mr. Wonderful. You can invest directly into Start Engine, the equity crowdfunding platform that lets investors fund innovative startups that make things like this jetpack, this hard seltzer, this golf hoverboard, and this electric motorbike. And now you can invest directly into Start Engine too. Go to startengine.com today and start investing. Sorry, got a jet.
From the very beginning, Republica has been focused on representing underserved founders. To date, roughly 35% of funds that have been raised through the portal have gone to companies with a female founder. About another 25% has gone to companies with a minority founder.
What is so different at Republic is that we deal with individuals and their needs and their interests, and it just makes it a much more personal experience.
We have really made great strides in terms of the products that we are offering to our issuers and investors. I believe that over time we will become the marketplace for all things fundraising and investing. And that's something that really not only drives us every day, but it's a true vision that we believe in.
When this license became effective, it was to democratize investments and give everyone a chance to be part of it. So with the past being in startup land that a lot of founders were overlooked, we wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. So we really took advantage of that law and we've actually applied it. We're not just talking the talk, we've walked the walk, which has been a great thing.
So I would say that would be how I would describe our culture. It's really a big team of...
Aloha, and welcome to the Hawaiian Bros Ohana. Family on a mission to share flavors of the old. The hottest restaurant in the world!
You're a founder, an owner, a builder. You move fast and need your money to keep up. You need Brex. From starting up to scaling up. It's cash management, credit cards, and expense controls, all in one place. Brex is your financial operating system. It's everything you need to power the business that powers your potential. Open an account online in minutes. It's that fast. Replace your old bank account with Brex Cash. It's faster, easier, with free ACH and wire payments. And if you're selling online, there's instant payouts, where you can get the funds from your latest sales in your Brex account now, not 2 weeks from now. Then there's the Brex card. No personal guarantee, no fees, and high limits to help you pay for business purchases, big and small. Issue virtual or physical cards to your growing team, and earn top rewards on every payment. That's cash you can put back into your business. With everything working together, managing expenses is simple. Create your expense policy and let Brex do the rest. Automatic reminders and receipt matching mean you can focus on chasing the right kind of paper. And Brex integrates with the apps you already use. More time saved, full speed ahead. All the things you'd expect from the system built to keep you moving, all in one dashboard you'll actually want to use. Launch confidently, scale faster, power your potential with Brex. Sign up today at Brex.com.
Almost 10 years ago, a novel idea enabled by digital technology offered a new kind of accommodation for travelers.
Realpha's mission is to empower people to invest in real people, real assets, and real moments. The whole tagline, invest in real, really stems from kind of this current moment in time where you have people investing in extremely intangible assets, cryptocurrency and meme stocks.
I think that what you're seeing is essentially a pushback against the establishment in a really important way. Normal, ordinary folks have now access to all the same information as institutional organized capital.
But they're not investing in real assets. Property and real estate is something that people have aspired to own
since the beginning of time. And there's this new model, Airbnb and short-term rentals, that's completely disrupting that.
The short-term rental market is a $1.2 trillion global industry. And what we're seeing is the demand is outpacing the supply.
Real estate has been a slow adopter of technology. What we are doing is bringing in futuristic technologies today to a market which is saturated with old technologies.
So we'd like you to join our community and invest with us as a shareholder.
Come and join us at the ground floor in our journey of democratizing real estate asset investment around the world.
Imagine you were a kid again and someone offered you the keys to your very own candy store. Inside you find the most amazing candies, from champagne gummy bears to candy bento boxes. And it's all yours. This is the world of Sugarfina, and soon you can become a part owner in this luxury candy land. Sugarfina is excited to announce our upcoming crowdfunding campaign to fuel our next phase of growth. Reserve your shares of Sugarfina today at startengine.com/Sugarfina.
NowRx Pharmacy delivers your medications in hours for the same price as your regular pharmacy. Visit nowrx.com to get started. NowRx, a better pharmacy.
CoreConX, revolutionizing the global private capital markets. There are over 450 million private companies worldwide working in a fragmented network where service providers, regulators, broker-dealers, issuance platforms, transfer agents, secondary markets, legal advisors are all affected, all working in different systems not connected. Just within the United States and Canada, 145,000 companies raise capital each year in this disorganized, inefficient, and fragmented system, full of friction, duplication of resources and information, wasted capital, etc., all at the cost of the investors. Today, a revolutionary company, CoreConX, the world's first all-in-one platform to empower the private capital markets ecosystem that currently exists, empowering companies to manage their corporate records online, empowering the broker-dealer community around the world with online investment platforms to meet their regulatory compliance, empowering the ATS operator license holders to promote and support secondary market trading, empowering existing transfer agents worldwide with one platform to service their clients throughout their customer lifecycle. This is CoreConX, the world's first infrastructure for the global, private capital markets.
Hello, my name is Jose Barrera, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Startup Starter.
And I'm Laurel Scott. I am the co-founder and COO of Startup Starter.
Startup Starter is for people that want to start a business but don't know how. Startup Starter is for the individual that dreams of someday owning something but doesn't have the courage because he doesn't understand that he's capable of.
Startup Starter is opportunity. It's a place where you can get what you need, whether you are a kid that dropped out of high school, college. With Startup Starter, you can come and learn all the things from marketing, from finance. You can learn them at your own pace and actually become your own expert in them because we're providing you with the experts to do it.
I think the pandemic really showed us a lot of and opened our eyes to a lot of
the nuances out there in the world, a lot of things that we're missing.
When the pandemic hit and suddenly business is online and you have to go find the stuff, that's when really the light bulb went up, because it's like, if everything's online and I have to navigate the whole web to figure out what I need, then you suddenly realize that why can't I go to one place? You should have just a single brand to go to that is going to take care of you, no matter what it is that you're trying to build and whatever business you're trying to create. Startup Starter is the most complete resource that we can bring to people when it comes to starting a business. It's the best-in-class education that is affordable and designed for the digital age, cinematic, and watch people that look like you, that feel like you, that are charismatic, that know their stuff, that are teaching you stuff that you actually want to know.
It's the stuff that you not only want to learn, but you need to learn. We're building the next phase of business education to make it accessible to the world.
It's been built from the ground up with people that needed help and with people that were eager and willing to help.
This started all from us saying, how can we bring people together? Because like every business is becoming an online business. How can we be a good online business to connect other online businesses in one place?
I've always loved helping people. I got into business not because I wanted to be in business, because people were asking me for help. That's what I like. And at the core, that's what brings me joy. I don't see it as work. I don't see it as business. It's just what I like to do. Startup Starter helps us do that at scale.
I love the idea of helping people while also being able to make a lot of money writing your own ticket.
We're building it for the dreamers and for the everyday individual that just wants a better life.
Welcome back to day 5 of Equity Crowdfunding Week, and we're glad you're here because this is the grand finale. I'm your co-host, Darren Marble.
And I'm Jessica Moyer. We may have saved the best for last. The last day of Equity Crowdfunding Week is going to be full of knowledge and insight from founders and retail investors.
And these are retail investors who have actually participated in deals. So everyday people that have invested into an equity crowdfunding campaign. How did they find out about the industry? How did they find out about the deal? What was their experience like going through the online investment process? What did they like? What did they not like? What tips do they have for the industry as a whole to improve?
And the big game changer, cross-Atlantic deals.
That's exciting, Jeslyn, because this is really a global industry. So we're going to hear from pioneers in the UK, including Cedars. We're going to hear from Dealmaker, which is one of the leading technology firms in Canada, as well as FrontFunder.
And I am so excited because today we are also going to hear from Dr. Hannah Forbes,
the first woman to get a degree in crowdfunding. Thank you so much for sticking around. Get ready for the grand finale.
A new era of dreams is upon us. Dreams that defy the constraints of the past and change what we thought possible. Dreams of a bigger future, one that levels the playing field, brings bigger opportunities and better rules. Dreams that redefine the power of community, push the human race forward, and push us to dream bigger. That era is now. Equity Crowdfunding Week. Dare to dream bigger.
Well, good morning and good afternoon or good evening from everyone around the world. What a way to start the day. Dare to dream. Today is the last day of Equity Crowdfunding Week, and it's been amazing. It's amazing to see what 10, 12 years has done to a sector. And today, I'm going to have the great opportunity, thank you to the team at Startup Starter, to give us this opportunity to give you an insight into the private capital markets, what is happening, where we got all started, and where are we going with it, and where are the challenges and opportunities that are going to arise in the market. So this is going to really be an insightful conversation. I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to share my screen with you this morning or this afternoon. So give me just a few seconds here. It shouldn't take us very long. There we go. It's really quickly, and that way we can all begin too. All right. So obviously we're here for equity crowdfunding. So where did it all begin? Where we're hearing words like democratization. Where did it all start? Where was that vision for the change in the private markets? And where was the plan to change the world? And it started with one man, one person that really changed the world for all of us. Look where we are today. We have this wonderful event celebrating Equity Crowdfunding Week for an entire week, for the whole world to see the impact it's had on our lives. Mr. David Weil IV, the father of the Jobs Act, a former vice chairman of NASDAQ, and currently the chairman and CEO of Weil & Co., one of the fastest growing FINRA broker-dealers in the United States. His vision was to democratize. Democratization was to allow everyday people, the ones who got left behind, to be able to participate, invest directly into companies, to be able to be part of that journey. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that because we cannot lose sight of that. We cannot, and we're getting close to that. But right now, this is the important thing. Where it all, democratization, every video, every person I've heard speak throughout this week, democratization, great. It's great for the company. It's got to be great for the investor. Let's not forget the people that got us here today. But there have been other game changers as well. People like Sarah Hanks. Without Sarah and her leadership, we wouldn't have Regulation 8+ today. This is a remarkable journey that she took on with just one or two other lawyers to change the regulations for us to do what we're doing today. That regulation is flourishing, and we can thank people like her. And then, of course, Sherwood Nees, who has been a strong voice to the entire crowdfunding sector, providing us data, muchly needed information to keep the pace going. Even though when the first crowdfunding was just only a few $1,000s, he was right there. He didn't leave the post. He wanted everybody to see it. So it's really important that we go back to the roots, because if we do not go back to the roots and we don't remember where we all came from and why this is here, we're going to forget this journey. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit as we go forward. So what is the private market? So the private markets is, everybody's talking about it now, but what does it look like? Why is it that everybody's got such a big buzz? Well, first of all, a lot of money is being raised in private markets. Our sector itself has had year-over-year growth and 3 digits. I mean, this is exciting. The regulators, thanks to them, they changed the regulations. They saw it as well. They amended Regulation CF. It allows you, the company, to go from 1 million to 5. It allows you to utilize Regulation A and raise up to 75 million. But there's another part of the private markets that everyone here needs to see. Did you know that all of us here, this whole week, we are part of the larger pool of capital in the world, but yet nobody sees us? In fact, all of us rely on information from providers out there based only on the 2% of companies. It's a shame, but it's changing. People like King's Crowd and others are changing that model to give you exposure to that market. One day, the whole world will see the rest of the market and how it's flourishing, creating jobs and raising capital. This is what this journey is all about and why it's so exciting. But we've had our challenges. When we got started 10, 12 years ago, there was no roadmap. The only roadmap we had is the one that's visible to us. What does that mean? The public markets. And obviously, most of the participants that came to privates came from there. And they brought in that true approaches, but it didn't actually work. And I'll get to that. But they had it all. They had an infrastructure where a broker-dealer could transact, the investor would have the access to the information, people can view it in their mobile device, voila, and people can buy and trade right on the spot. But in privates, we didn't have that. It's inefficient. Everybody was building something. Everybody's a bit niche. Everybody's building a little island. Nobody's talking to the other provider. Everybody's working with different sets of groups. Ultimately, we end up becoming even more fragmented. But obviously, in order for this market to flourish even further, to go to the next stage, we need to look beyond that and to see what the opportunities are, because we are the largest sector in the world. There is 450 million privately held companies around the world, 32 million just in the United States. There's only 100,000 publicly traded companies worldwide. So we are a larger, it is going to take time, but it's going to take visionaries like the ones you've heard all this week to bring all that together, to work together, to bring this sector completely in one infrastructure for all of us to be able to transact. So we've had our challenges. The challenges, some of you have felt it all the way through. The challenges are not bad. It just allows us to see what we got to do to continuously improve. As a new door opens, a new chapter, a new entrant comes in, a new process, we need to look at everything we're doing. So the private markets, why it's such a great market? Because it's fragmented. It's inefficient. Everyone, as I said, is building their own things. And look at all the different parties a company needs to work with. You need to work with the regulators, the secondary markets, the auditor, the lawyer, the bank, the compliance team, the broker-dealer, the investors who then become shareholders, and so on and so on and so on. And everybody's taking a piece of you. They want this and they want that. And you're growing your business right from just raising maybe $50,000. Maybe you go from $1 million to 5 to 10 to 25. It's great. But all of this information, the way it's being done, is being done at ad hoc in most cases, and it's been decentralized. So that's how it got started. So obviously, the regulators and the visionaries like David Weil, Sarah, and Sherwood Neese, and many others, of course, had the vision. It was up to us to bring it all together. So these are the challenges. And today, the private markets is flourishing. Why? Because we're getting closer to that dream. We're seeing companies who are building the infrastructure for all of this to happen. So what does this do? It gives confidence to the investors. Investors need to feel confident about transacting with companies, whether they're doing it on a funding platform or they're doing it on the issuer's website with a FINRA broker-dealer. Regardless of how they do that transaction, they need to have the confidence. And more importantly, in order for any of these two parties to transact, you need an infrastructure that meets all of the requirements. And at the core of it is compliance. Compliance will either beat us or we will embrace it and move forward. All the other pieces everyone's doing, privacy, security, governance. We need to provide investors proof of ownership. We're doing that. We're taking care of our shareholders. We're managing them. Companies are managing their corporate records. All of these things are necessary in an infrastructure that we can then put a whole bunch of different applications. There are companies out there today, not 5 years ago, they weren't there, but today they are. There are companies today that there is no reason for any company not to be using some sort of online technology to manage their entire business. And these things are important because if you want to take advantage of these wonderful regulations, you need to think differently than the way you were managing before. Doing it in Microsoft Word or Excel or Google Sheet and all that isn't going to work. So you need to think outside of it. So today you do see companies building cap table management. There's the transfer services component. There are people building shareholder management tools or portfolio management tools or issuance platforms. All of these things are important. And if you can find that has them all, even better. But the important thing is that's what the evolution of the market has done. We have brought all of this together for you to be able to utilize these technologies to make you more efficient. By making you more efficient in your capital raise, you have the ability to become more successful. And that was ultimately the way we democratized, because you need the tools in order to get there. So you need to see the roadmap we've been taking. We took something that was severely fragmented, and it's still a little bit like that still, but every single day, some new innovation, some new participant comes in to fix the problem. And it could be a payment, it could be IRA, it could be shareholder, whatever the solution is, it will be sitting on top of an infrastructure that we can all collectively work with in order to never forget we're here to democratize capital, to be able to allow companies to raise capital from everyday citizens in the world, to allow them to be participants in the company directly, which is what the Jobs Act was intended. So the success of Reg A and Reg CF and Reg D has been phenomenal. King's Crowd just recently announced that September, there was a 209% growth in 2000 and 2021 for September. That is phenomenal. How many other industries do you know where we're growing at that rate? That tells you something. People love what we're doing, but that comes with a responsibility that we cannot forget. Also, in October 2021, thanks to Sherwood Neese, but he's been tracking it, we are going to hit a major milestone. $1 billion has been raised under the regulation crowdfunding. Hooray to everyone, to the investors, to the companies, to the funding platforms. This is a major milestone. I'll never forget in 2015, where just only $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 was raised. It's amazing where we're heading with this. But again, it comes with responsibilities where we're going. And it's important to understand with these new regulations, companies have choices. You do have more selection. We are not an alternative. Democratization does not mean you exclude. It's about including everyone. It's to allow everyone to participate. It's not about the private equity group, not being part of it. You're going to soon realize that as you want to raise capital, you need to include everyone. So we need to start seeing that this is not about us and them. It's about all of us working together. What private equity group would not embrace a company who's getting good momentum in the market, raising $3, $5, $10, $15 million? Why would they not participate in the same round? And we've seen that. We've seen that happen. So we need to start thinking about this in a very different way. Democratization is to allow everyone to participate, not just the non-accredited investor, the one that got left out, but also to include the existing investors who can bring value. They can bring value. It doesn't mean you give them different terms. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, they can bring value to a company. They can bring capital and other items, and it works. And then for companies, when you are raising your capital, you have choices. You can either raise your capital through a registered funding portal, or you can do a direct listing with a FINRA broker-dealer directly on your website. For any of these three regulations, you now have choices. It's not just one way or no way. You have choices, and every choice that's there, it's there to make sure to optimize your success. That's the key. And you notice I keep talking about democratization of capital because it's the key. It's the key to the whole sector. The reason today we're able to celebrate, we're able to embrace, we're able to get excited about what's going on, because the very people that got us here, the shareholders, no, the customers, the ambassadors to our brands, they're the ones we should be applauding. And I applaud Darren and Jeannie who have said it. They're going to have retail investors speak today so you can hear the stories, why they did it, why they passionately put their dollars in your company, and they will continue to do so. But you've got to listen to the stories here. This is the important part. You need to listen, because these individuals cannot be treated what the public markets did. So what does that mean? Going back to the beginning, when David Weil had the vision came from the 2008 financial crisis that happened in the United States, where middle America, everyday people lost everything. The bankers didn't, but everybody else did. owners of their companies lost everything. We needed to change that. We needed a way to bring everything right back up. And if we do not remember that, if we forget why we got here, these are our customers, these are our ambassadors, these individuals are gold. And if we treat them like that, it will pay forward. There are companies who keep going back using these regulations because that's exactly what they did. Companies like Brewdog Breweries, Legion M, and many, many others who have recognized that these individuals are not just shareholders, they're joining the journey and they're part of our company. They're the bloodline to everything. They're participating in everyday marketing. They're participating just as you would with your customers. And they are the champions of the brand in social media. They're not hiring big guns to do a tweet for $250,000. They're getting everyday people to pride and joy and to tell people, look at this wonderful product or solution from the company that I'm part of. That is the winner. That is what makes this regulation, these three regulations, so powerful for all of us. Do not forget that. They are not shareholders. That's it. They're not just giving you capital. They're giving you more than that. Yes, they're shareholders from a regulatory point of view. We need to manage them and all that. That's great. But the way you treat them is going to make the difference for you in your journey and to the entire market, how we proceed going forward. And now a new door opens. That's right, a new door. In 2012, when the Jobs Act gets signed in by Barack Obama, President Obama, that was one door. When 2015 Regulation CF goes live, that was another door. When Regulation A+ goes live, that was another door. And throughout those doors, innovation was being created, participants were coming through. Now we have a new one, secondary market trading, where everyone gets to trade. That's right. Even if you only bought $5 worth of shares, you'll be able to trade in a registered secondary market. And what's interesting, so if you start thinking about what are the opportunities here, obviously the platform for the secondary platforms, they're coming. They're already there. There's Rialto Markets, there's Templum, there's Start Engine, there's PPX. They're starting. There's lots more coming. That is great news. But what's even more important is that now we need to build an ecosystem to support those activities. The same way it took us a few years to support this, the primary capital raise, now we need to support the secondary. Support your thinking hats on. The innovation has not ended. It's just beginning with this new door. There are things that are going to be needed in order to support that secondary market, to make sure it's done fully compliantly, but at the same time to support it so people become aware. We are in the education phase of secondary market trading. For the very first time, you as a company get to stay private, and you, the investor, can monetize your investment on a registered secondary ATS. And you can do it for as low as $5 investment that you made in a company. That is amazing. So as I said, the regulation is exciting as to what's happened with the regulators. What's even more interesting in the market now is with the new door, we have new challenges that we are being facing. We have new challenges that we need to be aware of, that we need to consider. These challenges are not going to go away, and we just need to address them properly. And I am looking for my slides, so I do apologize. It's okay. There it is. It's welcome to the world of technology when it happens. So let me tell you some of the challenges that we are going to face for the next little while, so you can think back to yourself and say, okay, Oscar, what are the challenges? What's next? We need to be ready for 2021 or 2022 when shareholders will unite. And they're going to unite not because we wanted them to, because something is happening in the market. As I keep going back to democratization of capital, people are forgetting why we are here. We are here because we wanted to give the everyday person, and I've heard this word over and over, to participate, invest in a company directly. And it's regrettable that, unfortunately, there are certain participants in the ecosystem today that they're putting investors in these vehicles where they're not really directly investing in a company. They're being put in this bucket. And that, to me, is the crime of democratization. That is the ultimate crime to that investor who came in with their $100 or $50 or whatever it is to say, I love that company, I want to put it in, only to find out later, what? I'm not a shareholder in the company. I need to go, what does that mean? It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because it's how we got here is because of them. But that's what we're going to be seeing next. We are, as a sector, we're going to need to adopt best practices for the greater good. What does that mean? It's not going to be good enough anymore just displaying the basic information. We're going to need to provide more details. Investors are going to get more education. There's more platforms out there today. You know, Sherwood Nees is publishing reports. King's Crowd is publishing reports. And there are others like them providing reports, education. So you are going to need to step up the game. Just like where we were in 2012 to 2015 to 2015 to where we are now, we keep improving things. And in order to improve things, we need to look at the veil and say, what do we need to do as an industry to make a change? So that's one of the two things. And what's next? We need more participants to support this massive growth. If the rate keeps going the way it is now, we need more companies doing investor acquisition. You are the companies that help bring the awareness, bring the eyeballs that companies need. We're going to need research. Research, that's right. Research will be the major frontier that's coming up next for all of us. We're going to need aggregators, places where it gets centralized, where investors will go to one place and be able to look at opportunities and go to where they need to go to make the final investment. But more importantly, I cannot stop driving this message. Let's not forget about democratization, to allow everyday citizens to invest directly in a company. Let's not take that away from them, because they will take us from 1 billion to 10 billion and more if we just treat them the same way. Today, there is no reason, there are many providers providing the technology today to help companies manage this information in an efficient way. But what's even worse is that we're putting something in front of an investor that quite often doesn't have the tools or the mindset to understand what it means for them. And the private market is going to continue to flourish because of that globally. I have spoken in so many different countries, and I've seen the impact that got started by the Jobs Act. Sherwood Nees, Douglas Elenoff, we're going around all over the world teaching countries, UK, Dutchland, Netherlands, Chile, Argentina, everywhere, Mexico, helping those countries implement regulations just like the United States. It's a global phenomenon. You are 100% correct, but we have the responsibility. The responsibility is this. We have been given the gift to raise capital from everyone. We have been given the gift to allow everyone to participate on our terms, because part of the Jobs Act is to keep the ownership of our companies. But that comes with a greater responsibility. You have all these individuals who believe in you as a founder, whether you're a minority founder or any type of founder, you have a responsibility to them. You need to make sure that you create a roadmap to be able to do that so you can go back and again to grow your business. I hope all of you today will enjoy the rest of an amazing week that has happened here today. Equity Crowdfunding Week, we will celebrate it again a year from today, and we will have even further explosive growth. But we need to keep reminding ourselves constantly what got us here, what we need to do to keep improving it, and let's not lose sight of why we got here. Don't get greedy, because as soon as you get greedy, you are no different than the people that took it away from your parents or anybody else in 2008. Do not get greedy. There's enough for everyone to flourish in this market. It's going to be a great journey. I'm already 11 years in, and I'm loving it. I see it. I remember all the different participants that started then. The ones that remain today have that same vision. They know what it takes to actually be part of it. For all of those who've been there that long, go back, remind yourself why we're doing this. For the funding platforms, let's not forget about the individual investors. Let's not forget what the impact this could be. We want to democratize. We want to make it better. I want you all to have a wonderful week. thank you so much for this afternoon or this morning to give me this opportunity to speak to all of you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm easy to find. I am on LinkedIn, I am on Twitter, and I'm on Facebook. And my name is Oscar Joffrey, empowering the private capital markets. Have a wonderful week.
Core Connex, revolutionizing the global private capital markets. There are over 450 million private companies worldwide working in a fragmented network where service providers, regulators, broker-dealers, issuance platforms, transfer agents, secondary markets, legal advisors are all affected, all working in different systems not connected. Just within the United States and Canada, 145,000 companies raise capital each year in this disorganized, inefficient, and fragmented system, full of friction, duplication of resources and information, wasted capital, etc., all at the cost of the investors. Today, a revolutionary company, Core Connex, the world's first all-in-one platform to empower the private capital markets ecosystem that currently exists, empowering companies to manage their corporate records online, empowering the broker-dealer community around the world with online investment platforms to meet their regulatory compliance, empowering the ATS operator license holders to promote and support secondary market trading, empowering existing transfer agents worldwide with one platform to service their clients throughout their customer lifecycle. This is Core Connex, the world's first infrastructure for the global private capital markets.
Hey Ryan, how's it going?
Hey Alex, how are you?
I'm not too bad. It's Friday evening here, so winding down for the week.
Yeah, likewise. Friday afternoon here, so almost getting there.
Yeah, nice. How's your week been?
It's been good. We've been pretty busy here at Republic. I think this last 6 or 7 months, ever since the rule changes happened, have been pretty crazy for us here in the States. So, but all good things on our front. How about for yourself?
Yeah, good. It's I think for us, Q4 is always a bit crazy. We get, given how long it takes us to sort of run that deal process, 2 to 3 months. This is the time where entrepreneurs are starting to think about need funds by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Let's get going, and we have a huge influx of deal volume and value. So yeah, always an interesting time of the year.
Same thing for us. I think we have a lot of startups just in the ecosystem that obviously, like you said, for their Q4 planning or for their end of year planning, want to see a certain amount of funds raised. And I think we're in the same boat as you, whereas unfortunately for crowdfunding and also just our international raises in general, the process is a little bit longer than we would like. That is because of two things. One, like the financial disclosures and the legal disclosures, but also two, like the time it does take to run a campaign for accredited or both non-accredited investors as well. Does take a little bit longer than I think some founders would like. So it is a long deal process for us too, and we're trying to close them up before the end of the year.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think we see that as well. And I think the tough one for us as well is whenever we're coming in as a co-investor, which, we are for almost all of our raises, especially if it's a much larger round where we're like a minority investor, with a final bolt on. So it's, at the end of a sort of marathon and we're saying, okay, here's an extra mile, which can be quite frustrating.
How often does Cedars generally act as a small part of the larger round?
So it really depends. And maybe for kind of people listening, I think it's just a big background on Cedars and kind of where we're at from a stage and scale perspective, and maybe just for myself as well. But, Cedars is about 10 years old, slightly older really as the brainchild of an MBA project for our two founders. But, since we were regulated about 10 years, in that time, we've done about 1,500 deals, and we'll close in on around about 300 deals this year. And that is across primary, it's across preemption rounds for our portfolio, and then smaller sort of new secondary transactions as well, which we can go into. But typically for our rounds, and this has been a sort of fundamental feature of crowdfunding in the UK really since our inception, is it's tough to get that critical mass of interest without some form of external validation. And I think that's our position as like the conduit between investors and entrepreneur. One, it's quite an awkward place to be anyway, because you're trying to say, you're trying to, if you think of our business model as a marketplace, you're trying to sell to both sides of the marketplace. So we try to be as independent as possible, but is why, and again, depending on the stage, if we're pre-seed, that lead investment might just be friends and family. But, if we're talking later stage, B, C, sort of D is generally, we go pre-IPO, but D is sort of generally the latest stage that we come in at a primary. Really we're a much, much smaller part of that round. And, a lot of the rounds that I work on, the funding is not a primary concern for the businesses. It's the network effects, it's the ancillary benefits of the crowd. And I'd be keen to see kind of what the difference is from your side in the US in terms of like investor and company perception of the crowd money and kind of what that unlocks for them.
Certainly. And Alex, that's super helpful. And I think like just for context for everyone else listening, Republic's a little bit younger. We've been around for around 5 years now. We spun out of AngelList, actually. Our current CEO, Ken, was the general counsel at AngelList. He's been a securities attorney for most of his professional career. Especially at Republic, I guess, Alex, like we are for the most part a smaller part of a larger round for many of the same reasons that you just mentioned. I think generally, though, we see companies that are using Republic for two reasons. One, you just mentioned, it's a marketplace for them to meet new investors, for them to raise capital, for them to kind of use this as like add-on capital. Majority of the times, like we have companies that have signed term sheets with VCs or angels. They're looking to fill up the rest of the round, and they want to get their users, their customers involved, and also just raise capital that would allow them to keep some more voting control of the company. The Republic investors don't have any board voting or information rights. The second part of a lot of the ways a lot of companies are using Republic, and this is very cool and kind of a shift now is what we're seeing. We have a lot of companies that have their own community, their own really tight-knit, strong community around the company since inception that they've been following. And we have a lot of founders who just want to give back to those individuals and just market the opportunity to their specific community in itself. For example, back in May, we have a company called Bucket List that was founded by someone who actually sold a business to Snapchat previously, Garrett Gee. And his family's kind of like a travel influencer family on Instagram. They have around like 30 to 40,000 members of their community that they just wanted to give back to in their opportunity. So they put a cap as to how much you can invest. And they ended up raising $3 million on our platform from 30,000 investors. And that's awesome to see because it's not only just becoming a marketplace for individuals to raise capital, but it's becoming a sense of, creating this community around a specific company by using Republic as like the heart to do so. So that's like kind of the main two reasons that we're right now seeing people use Republic for.
No, it's incredibly interesting to hear because I think, exactly the same for us. And interesting to hear that Ken was a SEC lawyer as well. One of our founders, Jeff, is also an SEC lawyer. So I think you can only found a crowdfunding company if you come from a legal.
Exactly.
That's always been a huge part of our rounds of like not only, and I think again, speaking to Jeff, our founder, about this, he was like, that democratization piece, which I'm sure everyone, we're just obviously listening to you about as well. That is opening up the round, not just a community, like a customer community, but if you've got friends and family who want to participate but don't have a £50,000 or £100,000 or whatever your minimum ticket size is to participate, that kind of execution, and unlocking of that pool of capital is an incredibly valuable tool. I think in our early days, it was tougher to get that message across because people come to a funding platform for funding. So that's I think we struggled to get that message across. But I think luckily, on our side, a load of sort of real category defining brands have come and raised money through the crowd and gone to their customer community, potentially for that purpose. And so that's kind of validated it for us and for everyone there. So, I think, a little bit of a journey to get there, but it's really interesting to see that picked up in exactly the same way, across the pond as well.
And you mentioned something there, Alex, that's really interesting to us is that minimum ticket size. And we at Republic definitely see it as kind of in one of two ways. We generally see that like the lower the minimum ticket is, and we don't usually go lower than 100 because we want to keep this as open as possible generally, the lower we generally see our ticket size go, if it's all the way down to 100, we're generally seeing that these are companies that want to raise from as many people as possible. They're more interested in the number of participants. However, we generally see that the more people that they are at a lower minimum ticket size, those individuals aren't as engaged all the time, right? You're saying, I only have $100 worth of equity in this business, right? That's not really a lot to maybe some people. However, on the other hand, we see that when the ticket size is a little bit higher, maybe it's 250, maybe it's 500 USD, we generally see that there are, yes, there's lower amount of people in the participating in the round, but those individuals are much more engaged with those companies, right? Now it's like, all right, well, $250, $500, that's a lot more for non-accredited investors, right? They're going to be a lot more engaged with the companies moving forward. They're going to be more like brand ambassadors or financial evangelists, if you will, to kind of bring the company out to light and speak more highly about it with friends and families and professional and personal networks. So that's generally how we think about like minimum ticket size too, when we're kind of structuring our transactions.
And that's super interesting because we probably go the other way a little bit and try and get it really as low as possible, because a lot of people are optimizing for number of investors.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the activation we do sort of post raise comes down to actually it's not the ticket size because, proportionally, for a retail investor, it may be that a £10 ticket is the same proportional size of their portfolio as someone who's sticking in £500,000, but still means a lot to that person. So, I think where we see people, having really engaged communities, it's like any relationship. It's the more you put into it, the more you get out of it. So we do a lot on our portfolio side and the platform team, our platform engineering team, to try and build in features that you can actually go, because I think, and the way that we place our value, going back to the sort of, being a smaller part of a larger round, we're not saying that, me and my colleagues at Cedars can provide the same level of strategic value as, a partner from Axel or Index. But what we can provide is a really large network of engaged people.
Yeah.
And, if you think what that's useful for, even for the companies that have hundreds of thousands of customers, having 2,000-3,000 people, it's not going to really move the needle much from an acquisition perspective, unless you've got a really sort of enhanced member get member. But actually, it can really help with hiring and with referrals and with product testing. We actually see quite a lot, and that's like a super useful way to engage a kind of semi-private audience that you can screw up to, and they're going to be forgiving. And it's like, hey, look, and the best way we see, I think for me, we have a portfolio company called Heights, which is a sort of nutrition company, DC nutrition company. And every month it's, look, this is the good, this is the bad, this is what we need help with. And they get so much engagement just off the back of that. And I think that's kind of where we focus a lot of the sort of community effort and community engagement on.
Very interesting. And we generally do actually see, especially with our consumer focused companies, we generally do see that as you're totally right. We're able to basically have our investors also become their customers as well. And we're having their customers turn into our investors as well, right? So it's kind of that benefit for both parties there. And we do see a nice little uptick in terms of revenue because for the most part, we're putting consumer companies or anything that's related to individual consumers out there in front of 1 million new individuals to see for the first time, right? They're not only going to want to feel compelled to invest in the deal because it's on Republic or Cedars or, a platform that has the credentials as both of us do, but also that they're going to want to try the product as well and see if they want to become consumers going forward. That's super exciting and interesting. I guess something that I guess we can touch on for some of the viewers to understand on is recently, I guess in the last year or so, Republic launched what we call the Deal Room. And this has been a really interesting way for us to kind of enter into international markets. Previously, Alex, I'm sure as you're aware, Republic only focused really on crowdfunding in the US, right? Because as per the rules and regulations, only US companies can raise on our crowdfunding platform. We wanted to find new ways to help international companies, just as in Israel, as in the UK, there are several startup hotspots that we felt left out of, right? So our best ways to kind of enter into these new markets is to kind of build this tech infrastructure called the Deal Room, where we offer KYC, AML, accreditation, and investor relations, and a call center for accredited-only investors for accredited-only deals. But we're able to facilitate offerings for international companies. So one of my roles here at Republic is to lead our Reg D transactions. So I've worked on now a few deals with a few of your colleagues, Alex, at Cedars. Our first one went very well. Glint, they raised on the Republic platform close to like $900,000, which is very good for a Reg D transaction, one of our first ones. And I guess like that was kind of the first step into this partnership actually being able to kind of showcase some deals together. I know Glint was also on the Cedars platform as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's, and there's an interesting sort of, I guess, slightly analogous piece from our side as well. So we kind of have a similar sort of separate, segregated part of our platform where it's, again, sort of limited to high net worth and sophisticated. Yeah. And that for us is beginning to unlock deals on the other side as well, because, and again, it's a completely different deal type because maybe not company led, maybe secondary, things like that. But yeah, like I think for our side, and it'd be interesting to hear your perspective. Like there is a general sentiment among US startup, UK like startup operators, investors, enthusiasts that everything is bigger in the US. That's the general European perception of US markets. So like we see it on the company side when companies are looking to unlock US with the launch. That drives investors wild. And the same thing from our side, we get a lot of appetite, we get a lot of interest from people looking to invest globally. I mean, theoretically, we can accept it, we can place capital into any company in the world.
Yeah.
From a regulatory perspective, it's just we don't have the legal expertise in each jurisdiction to do that, which is why partnerships, becomes a really important part of it. Because, as you say, if we're placing capital, we want to be able to do it where it's commercially viable for us, but also for the businesses where, it's a viable fundraising tool. And if we're having to, engage specific legal partners in each jurisdiction, it kind of just makes it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, no, I think those first raised, Glint and Mootral, I think the second one, like, great use cases. And I think for us, even though it's the sort of sophisticated and high net worth investment, again, like from a UK company perspective, people are looking to get access to that market. And, again, talking about the value that people place, the unaccredited or retail investors, have a different value to sophisticated and high net worth generally in what they can unlock for the business. So that's a useful audience. Hopefully, one day we're here talking about, we've got harmonized regulation across, the key global markets, and we're opening up unaccredited and completely public raises everywhere. But in the meantime, I think that's a really good stepping stone and a really interesting thing for our investors and your investors as well.
No, you're totally right. And on your initial point, Alex, discussing and entering kind of into the U.S. market and how like startups and investors really see the U.S. market, I think you're right. But I think there was a lot of excitement when we were able to host international companies on our platform. Like, yes, we are growing and we're adding new users and investors by the day, by the week, by the month. However, generally, like I would say, like if you're using an app like Republic or a platform like Cedars, like you are pretty sticky and you find the app pretty interesting. That's why you continue putting money in moving forward. I think generally, like most of the investors on our platform, we're very accustomed to seeing your traditional seed, Series A, Series B, US based, generally US, but mostly like, New York, San Francisco based startups on our platform. And seeing these companies that, we started off with Glint and we started off with Mootral, to UK-based companies now finally raising on our platform, even if individuals weren't accredited before or they didn't even know about what accreditation was. There are a lot of individuals who meet that threshold that don't understand necessarily what this means in terms of investing, right? There's still a lot of educational factors that I think we can all do better with in educating our investors into how to become accredited, what accreditation means. We saw a huge conversion within our traditional user base converting to become accredited. They were accredited before, they just didn't know. They went through the process, and we offer that entirely in-house here at Republic and offer them the opportunity to invest in international companies. For them, it's a different risk profile. It's a different hold period. It's almost like a new asset completely for them to invest offshore, right? So it was very exciting for them to be able to do so. And now, just like as a side note, like we've kind of seen how great Glint went, and we've trying to now been able to, we were hosting deals that were based in Israel now as well. We have a company from Africa that's going to be working with us hopefully pretty soon as well. So it's also now about for us entering different international markets that will excite our investors even more.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I think there are two things I want to kind of ask you about that you mentioned there. I'll say them both now so I don't forget. But the first one is I guess the perception of EU deals and the excitement around EU deals. And I guess, what we see here is, for US investors, there's probably great value for money here because, for relative to the same business, round sizes and valuations out here are just generally much smaller.
Yeah.
So do you think that's a big driver? And then secondly, the asset class thing, kind of almost a separate asset class. You obviously diversified Republic quite a lot into, other sort of alternative asset classes. And I just, keen to hear more about that as part of your business and how that kind of goes international as well, and what the sort of wider strategy is there.
Certainly. Great point. So on your first point, just in terms of like investor excitement and how we can kind of like how they feel about like international opportunities, we generally see it as like we're almost treating it as a fresh asset class. And again, like also using like the Reg D exemption, like under Reg CF, we have to treat every company fairly and evenly and market the opportunities as equally as possible. For Reg D, we're able to do much more bespoke marketing if companies ask for it. Generally, we have companies that do come to us with like a large network of high net worth friends and family that want to invest, but also we're able to do some more bespoke marketing as well. That includes like webinars, and I think investors get really excited about that, to actually for the first time be able to interact, ask questions with founders kind of in this type of setting. We never offered that before with crowdfunding. Retail investors, there's millions of them, and that them joining a Zoom call and trying to get a word in doesn't really make sense, right? Rather than having, maybe 50 to 100 high accredited, high net worth accredited investors makes more sense for a deal like Clint, and for them to be able to meet some of the founders and ask questions about the investment opportunity, open up a whole new world that we didn't realize before. So that's really exciting. I guess like also just in terms of like our operations and business and new verticals in general, Alex, like I really appreciate the question. Like we actually just this week launched a new vertical into music, which is pretty exciting. I guess like kind of where Republic has come from previously in just focusing on like startups, we're now trying to, under the same security exemptions, offer retail investors everything you can possibly invest in private markets, right? So that means startups, that's like enterprise SaaS, CPG, healthcare, biotech. We also want to be able to offer music investments as well. Go ahead and invest in your same song. And if there's a liquidity opportunity with the copywriter of that song, then those investors will get a return. We also offer something called share drops. We're the only platform in the world that can actually do this. And share drops, again, is under the same umbrella of using these exemptions, but it's a new vertical for us as well, and a different type of investment opportunity where investors are not providing cash, they're committing an action to receive shares in a company. That action, Alex, can be anything as simple as pre-ordering a product, signing up for an email newsletter, joining the waitlist, downloading an app. As simple as that for you to claim $50 to $100 worth of shares in a private company. All of these different types of asset classes, and now music as well. I think what's really exciting is it gives all these investors a way to really diversify their holdings in private markets, all with Republic, right? So you're not just going to be investing in consumer and enterprise SaaS software companies that generally the hold period is anywhere from 5 to 10 years to see a true liquidity event and a return on your profile. Music now gives them a different hold period. Share drops is also giving them a different hold period. So all of these different types of investments will obviously give these investors something more to be excited about than just the same asset classes over and over again. As exciting as those opportunities may be with real VC backing, Y Combinator support, and as exciting as that could be, more asset classes we've seen have given investors something to look forward to.
It's super soft. Like, I mean, from a regulatory perspective, we have to advise retail investors not to invest more than 10% of their net assets in this asset class, and which is right. Diversification is the key to what performance in this asset class and in your entire portfolio. But if you think we're doing all this job acquiring customers, investors, and then leaving 90% of the value on the table, I think that being able to, and as you said, it's not just being able to capture that, but being able to service. I think what we've seen a bit of the consolidation, with huge wave of fintechs here, sort of 5-10 years ago, and we've seen that consolidation now because people don't want to have a wealth management app and a share trading app and a crypto app. They want to use Revolut, or they want to use Starling, and that's kind of one. That's their home of finance. And I think there's there's a huge opportunity there to sort of grab that land in private markets as well.
Certainly. And I'm curious, Alex, like how do, and I'm obviously a little bit more removed from the European or the UK investing scene. I'm curious, how do the local VCs in the ecosystem feel about seeders kind of coming in, taking up market share in seed, Series A, Series B startups? Do they feel threatened? Do they feel more, is there a bit of a deal flow, like sharing going on there as well? How is that relationship?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it's a lot better now than it was 10 years ago. You know, I think like because on the face of it, we were a threat, right? You know, we are, we're an alternative source of funding. But I think we're now seen as like a complementary service in a bit way that like you would see like a revenue-based financing platform as like a complementary form of funding. It goes back to what I was saying earlier of like we try and position ourselves alongside VCs and come in alongside them as much as possible, because you get the benefits of both from the business's point of view, but also that external validation helps us with the actual raising of the capital as well. Yeah. So look, there's still some skepticism from funds that we've never worked with before, but I think what we find a lot of like the concerns around the super unmanageable cap table, or the fact that like other businesses don't do this, or kind of seeders as an organization, again, like we can dispel those pretty easy and kind of bat those away fairly easily with just the fundamentals of our business. And then it, like I said before, it helps that I think at one point sort of 16 or 17% of British unicorns had crowdfunded. So like, there's that's going to get, and then for us, a huge thing for us moving forwards is, secondary markets. So there's a lot of businesses we maybe missed on the first time round because, again, perception or that we never the right timing or whatever it was. But we can now serve those businesses with secondary products, and actually probably go beyond what secondary funds can provide, just by some of the functionality as well. So one of the things that we've been focusing on over the last year is working with another partner in the UK called CapDesk, a cap table management platform, to actually exercise employee options within the platform, which removes the need for options financing. You're a founder, not only can you look great to your entire organization, but you can provide them all with a cash bonus as well, and no cost to the business. So like things like that is where, especially going into 2022, our two big sort of strategies for 2022 are going into Europe a lot more, because we're about to get harmonized regulation across the EU, which is going to be massively helpful. And then secondaries as well. We've got a huge suite of secondary products, probably too many at this point. But like definitely huge value there for shareholders, founders, and employees.
Very interesting. I would say I have a pretty similar answer in terms of like, I would say like 5 years ago, there's a view in the US here, at least, that like, if you're a crowdfunding, that just means that you can't get venture capital or angel financing. You're, coming to the last resort possible to raise capital. 5 years ago, that was definitely the opinion. I think now we certainly shift in seeing that companies right before they raise with the Republic have raised from tier 1 or tier 2 VCs in the US, or, right after they raise with the Republic, they immediately go on to raise from some of the best VCs in the ecosystem. For example, we raised around $200K for a company called Beacons. I think it was April. They were a YCOM company. Right after they raised their $200K with us, they went on to raise their Series A from Andreessen Horowitz. So, if the likes of A16Z are open to the Republic funded companies, I think that really sheds light on like, look, these are legit startup opportunities for individuals to invest in. And I think like I've spoken with a lot of members of your team, Alex, and learning about your diligence process and ours as well. I would say this for both platforms. We're extremely curated in the types of companies that we're looking to host, right? And the types of startups, like especially working on Mutral and working on Glint. Like I've realized that across both teams, like we're looking to find also the next batch of unicorns, right? We're looking to find startups that have traditional funding and that are going to actually provide returns to our investors as well. So I think like you're totally right. I think the view and the last like 5 to 10 years has certainly changed. And now I think like crowdfunding is not trying to replace venture capitalism. I think it's trying to become a complement towards it in a new way of financing, right?
No, for sure. And I think, it's just great to see that it's happening on both sides of the Atlantic, for us, you've got to build trust, you've got to build confidence. But yeah, I think like companies, you're starting to realize it, investors are starting to realize it as well. I think we actually may be coming out towards the end of the time, but I think one of the things I just wanted to touch on before we do is just from a regulatory perspective, because I always find it slightly strange. We over here view the US as a sort of free markets place. There's no regulation or the sort of like the quintessential capitalist market. But the sort of the Jobs Act and the regulation in the US always seems like I guess slightly less progressive than it was, from the FCA here, in terms of what we can do and how we can talk to investors and who we can solicit offers to. So I just, do you see that changing sort of in the future, obviously with the new rules that came in recently? And then what do you think that looks like moving forward?
You're totally right. That's a really good point, Alex. I think like up until just this past March 2021, the rules were the same as they were for the first 4.5 years, which is $1 million under Reg CF. And you cannot solicit before your campaign starts. The rules have completely flipped on their head now. Now you can test the waters, quote unquote. So you can solicit interest using the correct disclaimers before your campaign starts. And now you can raise up to $5 million. I truly believe that now, like going from $1 million to $5 million allows for companies to not only raise just like a small source of funding as a complement to the round, but allows for companies to generally raise all of the funding for their round if they so choose. Right. It's an entirely different game changer for them. I think moving forward, I think the next step is, yes, to probably increase that cap a little bit more so, because I think where our regulators are coming from is that they want to protect investors, right? They want to protect them from investing in faulty positions in startups. And I think that Republic, along with Cedars, along with many other platforms around like all of us, in the UK, also here in the US, have proven that we are looking for real startup opportunities for our investors to invest in. So it protects them even more so. I think you guys do this as well, but we provide like investor education on what it's like to perform diligence, how we perform diligence, and how you as the investor should also perform diligence. And I think platforms continuing to educate investors will ease the tensions of the SEC to hopefully allow them to increase the cap even more. Because I don't think it's crazy to say that in the future we'll see companies that go public or get acquired solely off raising from crowds the entire way forward.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think we're already starting to see the seed of that over here. And yeah, look, it's a super interesting space, and yeah, looking forward to 2022 doing loads more deals together.
Let's do it, Alex. Thanks so much, everyone, for taking the time.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, Republica has been focused on representing underserved founders. To date, roughly 35% of funds that have been raised through the portal have gone to companies with a female founder. About another 25% has gone to companies with a minority founder.
What is so different at Republic is that we deal with individuals and their needs and their interests, and it just makes it a much more personal experience.
We have really made great strides in terms of the products that we are offering to our issuers and investors. I believe that over time we will become the marketplace for all things fundraising and investing. And that's something that really not only drives us every day, but it's a true vision that we believe in.
When this license became effective, it was to democratize investments and give everyone a chance to be part of it. So with the past being in startup land that a lot of founders were overlooked, we wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. So we really took advantage of that law, and we've actually applied it. We're not just talking the talk, we've walked the walk, which has been a great thing.
So I would say that would be how I would describe our culture. It's really a big team of individuals with different backgrounds who actually just are there to get it done.
I absolutely love the Republic culture here because not only does everyone reward hard work, but everyone actually puts in so much effort and time into really making Republic the best place it can be, not only for our issuers, but also for our investors.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today. Looking forward to discussing with you for a couple of moments how we think this industry is evolving. And let's take a few minutes, if we're going to reflect on where we're going to be in 2025, let's take a few minutes to look back on where we've been and how retail capital raising has evolved. Where have we been and where are we going? So the exercise is much like reflecting on the explosive growth and evolution of the online shopping industry since 2008. Think about how basic an online store was in 2010, how difficult it was to build. You had to go out, you had to hire a development shop and build the entire infrastructure if you wanted to sell your shoes online. Flash forward to now, when you go to buy a pair of shoes on Nike or any other retailer, you can scroll through items, dive down into details. There are multiple different payment models. And even the part that you can't see is distribution chains on the back end have been so built out that your product can now get delivered to you within a couple of days, regardless of where in the world you are. And Amazon is trying to take that to same-day delivery in a lot of city centers. That blows my mind. So now let's think about, with that context, let's take a look back at the capital raising industry and how it's evolved. So let's start in 2008. The financial crisis hits. Many of us will remember. I know I was at a law firm and I distinctly remember the day over the summer when we were going from pulling all-nighters, doing deal after deal, and deal flow was killing us and the firms were buying us gift cards just to keep us motivated. And then literally over the course of a day or a week, it stopped cold. What happened? The Jobs Act was introduced as a response, and a great one. Let's get capital flowing again. Let's make innovation and startups happen again, and let's start getting the economy churning again. Flash forward to 2015, Title III is introduced under the Jobs Act to allow for equity crowdfunding. And this is a really pivotal moment for the capital raising landscape, because up until this point, there were very strict rules on who was allowed to invest in companies and how companies could advertise their offerings. Prior to this, there was only two groups of investors you could target if you were trying to raise significant capital for your business. You could go out to friends and family, and you could go out to accredited investors. This means that most of America is unable to invest because only 10% of households in the US meet the requirements to be considered accredited investors. So I'm sitting there in my job in the law firm, crushing hours, and I say to myself, this is a really cool thing that just got introduced. And so I watch it. I watch the legislation come out and I watch it evolve and it changes. And I see the way it happens with launching a new innovative piece of legislation like this. It's the same way I, as a tech company, now launch an MVP. You don't always get it right the first time. You put something out there, you see how it works, and you continue to build on it and you continue to evolve it. So I watch regulation crowdfunding evolve over the years. Flash forward 6 years. And what I think is the most pivotal change to what's happened in Reg CF and Reg A has happened to us this year. Reg CF companies get to go from raising 1 million to 5 million. And the SEC announces that Regulation A, people can raise not just 50 million, but 75 million. So a lot of support for these exemptions is now developing. What are we seeing happening in the markets? We're seeing fast-growing companies like Misa Robotics, who are advancing the field of automated kitchens, raising significant capital, over $9 million for their Series C round through a Reg A offering. We're seeing companies like Gage Cannabis in the cannabis industry being really successful, hitting their 50 million cap in just a couple of months and attracting over 1,000 new investors. Dragonfly, another really excited NASDAQ-listed company, cutting edge in the drone industry for over 20 years, utilizing Reg A as well to really punch through the limits in their capital raise. So a lot of really interesting companies starting to come into the Regulation A landscape and bringing that opportunity to the average investor in a way that it was never available before. Capital raising was only available to the accrediteds. So by raising funds through Reg A, retail investors are able to get in earlier into companies and have the opportunity to see major upside. And when we think about where this industry is going over the next 4 to 5 years, I think that's a key piece that we're going to remember is average retail investors, not just accredited investors, getting the opportunity to see major upside on some of these earlier stage riskier investments. So Reg A has gone through a lot of bumps in the road over the years as the legislation evolved. Some of the companies, earlier days that went public, not as successful, investors losing money, people falling out of favor with Reg A. Why is it evolving at such a quick pace now in 2021? I think part of it is the legislation that we saw. And part of it is the ecosystem that's developing with folks such as ourselves and a lot of the partners that we work with that are involved in this conference this week and who you're hearing speak. A lot of these key service providers or industry participants are figuring out what deals need to look like to be successful and helping the new issuers who are coming into the space to be more successful in a Reg A raise. So some of the key trends that I see that are causing deals to be really successful is, number one, a really crisp elevator pitch, something being able to communicate your message in a very crisp, concise way that investors can understand. That'll resonate really well with the average investor who's scrolling through a website and not necessarily able to listen for a long time to a founder speak. The second piece, I think, is a grade A deal team. It's a really niche space that people who know how to do it really, really well. On one of the panels I spoke at in the spring, we used a catchphrase that I love: we're building the plane while we're in the air. So Reg A is taking off like this, and we're fast and furious building out all the components that our clients need in order to be successful in their Reg A raise. And sometimes that's different pieces that we can bring a new partner into the network. Maybe it's a marketing company who previously did average marketing and is now going to specialize in marketing deals. So having access to the right infrastructure, the right supportive service providers makes all the difference to a successful raise. And the third thing that I think is really a key component of a successful Reg A is amazing founders. We're working with the best of the best who are building new and different kinds of product. You heard about some of the deals we're already doing, founders like Dragonfly, Worksport, Gage Cannabis. These people are leaders in their industry. And so as we continue to see new and amazing founders doing groundbreaking things in their industry, it's just causing this snowball effect for the retail capital raising industry as a whole, because people are waking up and saying, you know what? The best companies are doing this. So if I want to be a really successful founder, this is maybe something that I should be considering and taking more seriously. So now let's take a second to think about where we're going. That's where we've come to. And where is this industry going? Some of the key things that are happening today, and we're not even seeing the impacts of it yet. But if we look back at the retail capital, the retail consumer space, and we apply that to the capital markets, there's different effects, but we can look at how that industry evolved and how we're going to see our industry evolve. And so one of the new things that we've heard about a lot this week is new and different kinds of businesses getting funded, which I've always said. There will always be a place for VC capital and for Wall Street capital. And those fund a very specific types of business model. But what we are hearing is retail capital raising when you're getting more female founders funded, more diversity founders funded, those typical edge cases now becoming more mainstream. Because when the usual soapbox pitch is removed from the equation and you have to communicate your offering from behind a screen, the landscape of capital and the companies that get funded is now radically evolving. You see it happening online with cancel culture and groupthink. The way the internet permeates an industry is now happening in capital raising. So that's going to have long-term effects in terms of what kinds of companies become successful and get funded and the culture that they build. If you think about the sale of securities becoming commoditized, this is also going to have a totally different effect on the economy. For a long time, it was only Wall Street that was funding very specific companies in a very specific way. Silicon Valley came along and disrupted that with a new form of investing, made up safes, made up pref shares and all new kinds of structures. And they started looking for a different SaaS tech model of business. All of a sudden, a lot of capital flows into those kinds of businesses, and the internet economy starts to really become more robust. Main Street investors, the crowd, is now going to disrupt the economy with the kinds of companies that it selects. Maybe it's going to be consumer-facing brands. Maybe it's going to become something else. The people will vote with their investment dollars as to what types of companies they want to fund, and that's where the capital of the economy is going to drive and change the world in new and interesting ways that we don't even know about yet. If you think about corporations as people in our economy, the people that get held up and get supported and the values that they espouse is going to be different. And COVID has accelerated all of this, right? Because we've been forced to stay home. We've been forced to communicate more over the internet. But when technology is good, it sticks. And that just continues to change the way the economy works. Imagine, for example, now the access that Main Street gets to deals, right? So if you imagine for a lower income household, the ability to benefit from a 5K portfolio spread over 5 investment opportunities, right? So you have $5,000, you say, I'm going to put it into some cool products that I like that I think are going to change the world. You're going to put $1,000 into each of them. And one of those opportunities, 100Xs, because that's the opportunity that VCs get. But now the retail investor is going to get that opportunity through deals that are flowing through Dealmaker. If that opportunity 100Xs, that family now has $100,000. That's a material difference in the way that they live, their ability to buy a house and send their kids to school. So think about how wealth gets redistributed when high-risk opportunities are accessible by lower income families. We're going to see all kinds of changes as a result of that. Geographical changes in the way neighborhoods are constructed is just one way that the world might be impacted. And access to that high-risk piece of the portfolio has been missing for the average person for a long time. The average person has always been able to buy ETFs and mutual funds, packaged up products, and build wealth slowly. But it's really those 100X opportunities that, in my opinion and our opinion at Dealmaker, has been missing for the average household for a long time. And so the impact that this has on birth rates, redistribution of wealth, cannot be understated. I know we only have a couple more minutes. So in short, where do we think the company is going? The puck is going. I think companies are going to be raising directly from their bases and their audiences as a sidecar to other forms of investment where it makes sense from the company. I know I did this when I did my early rounds. It was raising from people who could help me get the company off the ground. I was always interested in strategic capital that was really going to mentor me, bring clients to the platform, bring something to the equation, not just write a check. And so I think that is going to continue to become more and more a piece of every capital raise that's out there. The financial crises that have happened over the course of history have shown us that they drive innovation because margins get compressed, and that always produces more and better technology. And the technology that gets created out of COVID is really impacting the capital markets. And the good technologies like we know that Dealmaker is, are going to continue to last and transform the world. So in short, the world in 2025, where selling securities online is akin to selling shoes online, is going to look considerably different and have an enormous impact on the economy as a whole. Thanks for joining. Looking forward to speaking about this further. If you need to reach us, you can hit us up at info@dealmaker.tech.
Imagine you were a kid again, and someone offered you the keys to your very own candy store. Inside, you find the most amazing candies, from champagne gummy bears to candy bento boxes. And it's all yours. This is the world of Sugarfina, and soon you can become a part owner in this luxury candy land. Sugarfina is excited to announce our upcoming crowdfunding campaign to fuel our next phase of growth. Reserve your shares of Sugarfina today at startengine.com/Sugarfina.
Until recently, only millionaires with connections were allowed to invest in growing companies and startups. But not anymore. The Jumpstart Our Business Startups Act made it possible for everyone to invest in the next e-commerce company, travel service, entertainment startup, or transportation disruptor. At Title3Funds.com, we revere startups for their innovation, vision, and unflinching drive to succeed. They shape the world around us and influence our communities on a daily basis. They dream big. They make calculated decisions. They turn ideas into opportunities. Now, no matter how much or how little money you have, you can invest in businesses that you believe in. At Title3Funds.com, we offer a unique approach to equity crowdfunding. We focus on quality over quantity, thoroughly screening to find businesses we believe in, vetting company financials, goals, and future plans to provide curated, highly investable companies. As an investor, you'll be able to research growing companies and startups that align with your passions. Join us today. Until recently, only millionaires with connections were allowed to invest.
Welcome to Going Public. On this season of Going Public, we've uncovered 3 American companies.
You guys have something your competitors don't.
That are putting it all on the line.
This only happens if you get money.
No turning back now.
They need to raise serious capital.
It's go time for everybody.
To take their companies to the next level.
That's a thing to watch for.
We went from 0 to 1 million users. This has been a huge hit.
Yes! We've decided to bypass the venture capitalists and the institutional investors.
To partner with and reward our customers.
We're not into making the richest people in the world even richer.
We are coming directly to retail investors with our Regulation A+ offering.
Giving you the chance to get in on the ground floor.
You want to go fast?
Yeah.
You'll see firsthand what it takes to get their companies ready.
You ready to do this? There's a lot of work to do. Get our audit done. Get our Reg A application into the SEC.
We believe we set the record from date of filing to date of qualification.
With the help of mentors who've been there.
Working with you on messaging is something I'm really excited about. Taking complicated concepts and turning them into a t-shirt.
The right celebrity partner will change the face of your brand overnight.
What has been Proven's PR strategy? It sounds like we need one.
Then it's time to pitch.
I'm a little nervous.
Are you?
Yes!
Everybody likes to talk about AI, but this is truly unique.
The way that math works out, we think that's going to achieve billion-dollar valuation. You're a hell of a salesman.
And make their case to investors like you.
What can we do with 10 to 25 million when in our past 10 years we've only had 2?
Will Proven's custom skincare tech revolutionize the $155 billion beauty market?
Click to invest.
Will Treble beat the streaming competition and save music for the masses?
Click to invest.
Will Hammond's commitment to quality craftsmanship beat fast fashion?
Click to invest.
It's their journey, but ultimately your decision.
They think we're going to be the next Spotify.
Going Public premieres on entrepreneur.com
October 19th.
You're a founder, an owner, a builder. You move fast and need your money to keep up. You need Brex. From starting up to scaling up. It's cash management, credit cards, and expense controls, all in one place. Brex is your financial operating system. It's everything you need to power the business that powers your potential. Open an account online in minutes. It's that fast. Replace your old bank account with Brex Cash. It's faster, easier, with free ACH and wire payments. And if you're selling online, there's instant payouts, where you can get the funds from your latest sales in your Brex account now, not 2 weeks from now. Then there's the Brex card. No personal guarantee, no fees, and high limits to help you pay for business purchases, big and small. Issue virtual or physical cards to your growing team, and earn top rewards on every payment. That's cash you can put back into your business. With everything working together, managing expenses is simple. Create your expense policy and let Brex do the rest. Automatic reminders and receipt matching mean you can focus on chasing the right kind of paper. And Brex integrates with the apps you already use. More time saved, full speed ahead. All the things you'd expect from the system built to keep you moving, all in one dashboard you'll actually want to use. Launch confidently, scale faster, power your potential with Brex. Sign up today at Brex.com.
It's a shame that today's transportation industry is so inefficient. You put gasoline in a vehicle, you burn it, and you only get about 25% of the energy out of that gasoline. The rest is just up in smoke, literally. We started with horse and buggy four-wheel technology over 100 years ago. And now we've evolved that four-wheel technology into big SUVs and sedans. The automotive landscape of today is far too concerned with risk and would never think about stepping, outside of the box to make a composite vehicle that's super lightweight and aerodynamic, because it's so much different than what's available on the market today.
When we first started the company and we're looking at the shape and going through MATLAB calculations of different vehicles and saying, well, what kind of vehicle could we use as a base vehicle? And we sort of asked ourselves a rhetorical question. What would it be like if you made the drag go to zero in terms of the equation? Why, then your range would go way, way up.
We see losses in heat, we see losses in friction, we see losses in aerodynamics and weight. Everything to us is an engineering challenge to make things more aerodynamic, lightweight, so they use less energy.
So then I asked the next question. I said, well, what does that shape look like? Surely there must be a shape that mathematically would equal zero for drag, or close to it, close enough. And that's how we discovered this shape and began working with it and refining it.
We think that energy should be used to turn your wheels. That starts with aerodynamics, because in a typical vehicle you use over 60% of your fuel just pushing the air out of the way at highway speeds. So if you could take that aerodynamic drag down to zero, you'd instantly get 60% better fuel economy. With Aptera, we did just that. More aerodynamics, lighter weight, efficient powertrain, gets you further with less energy.
A 1,000-mile range vehicle seemed absolutely absurd. It was an insane claim, but it's all science. It's all numbers, really.
You can charge the Aptera with a regular 110-volt outlet, the same outlet that you charge your cell phone on. And overnight, you can get 150 miles of range. That's unlike any other vehicle out there. One of our best new design features is our Never Charge solar package. It allows you to charge over 40 miles a day free from the sun, and allows for most daily driving needs to never have to plug in to go anywhere.
40 miles doesn't sound like a lot, but it's the equivalent of parking your car and having it magically fill up with 2 gallons of gas overnight. It's the fact that you can park it at work or wherever and go back to it with more energy in the tank than when you left it. Freedom in the sense of being able to go long distances, go without having to think about it, go without having to worry about if it's charged or not. Have it charge itself without having to pay a dime to drive it every day. I mean, that's a kind of freedom I think a lot of people love.
You don't need super large charging infrastructure to keep your Aptera going on a large trip. When you stop at a roadside charger, you can charge for 10 minutes and realistically be back on the road, unlike other electric vehicles where you may have to stop for more than an hour. So the efficiency of Aptera really opens up a lot of possibilities for owners to use their vehicles in different ways than they currently do. We have a strong focus on composite technologies and AI generative design because it lowers the overall weight of the vehicle while making it one of the strongest offerings on the road today.
When you think about vehicle safety, you think about strength. Is this thing going to protect me?
Our composite monocoque chassis is built a lot like a Formula One vehicle and is very strong.
The structure surrounding you is going to be safer or stronger than virtually anything that's out there because the strength of the composites compared to steel, for example, is superior.
We take passenger safety very seriously, and it's one of our top priorities. The Aptera drastically lowers the materials needed to build your transportation device.
These bodies, instead of having 200 or 300 parts to the body, they have 4 parts to the main structure. And that makes it much easier to build, track, and assemble.
The electric vehicle world of today is much more advanced than it was 10 years ago. We're leveraging every bit of new battery technology, drivetrain technology, composite technology that's available to make things more efficient for your transportation needs. Aptera is actually Greek for wingless flight.
People look at it, they tap for you to roll down the window, and they want to ask you what it is.
Amazed and shocked when they see the Aptera.
It's not designed to get attention, it just gets attention because of what it is. You tell them how efficient it is, and it just blows their mind. The first thing that's going to strike you as different is the integration of the solar cells into the body and the dash and other places, every square inch of where sunlight hits that vehicle, in a way to harvest it and make use of it without making it look like some high school eco-marathon project.
When driving, the vehicle dynamics are very stable. The acceleration is brisk. The one notable thing is it's very, very quiet.
Before I drove the Aptera, I had dreams about driving it, and the first time I did, it was virtually as I imagined it would be.
Aerodynamics comes with the benefit of being a lot quieter. You don't hear the wind buffeting noise at high speeds like you would in any other vehicle available today.
The first feeling while driving it is the feeling of spaciousness, because you think it's just a normal sized vehicle, or maybe some people might even think that it's smaller on the inside or a cram. But it felt like a football field, that I had between my elbow and the door. And I just had all of this space, and it was comfortable.
The all-wheel drive Aptera handles great in snow, ice, or inclement conditions. We have torque vectoring to each wheel that dynamically responds within 1/32 of a revolution. So we can infinitely tweak the stability of the vehicle at any time and tackle almost any adverse condition you can imagine.
And with all of this glass, I could see everything, and it was an amazing experience.
The Aptera service network will be unique in that most of the time we'll come to you to fix your problems. But if you have an Aptera in a remote location where service agents might not be, we will help you repair your vehicle on site. We'll ship you parts within 24 hours. We'll give you all the build and service information we have and really help facilitate you in keeping your vehicle on the road. We think this right to repair mindset can really help keep more Aptera on the road longer and make our customers happy. Hopefully my children will grow up in a world where they never have to put gasoline in a vehicle again. My son already knows how to put the charger into my electric vehicle. My daughter already knows what a battery is.
I think ensuring that electric vehicles aren't sort of a compliance move by the OEMs, or that they're not a thing that only rich people can afford with very expensive electric vehicles, but ensuring that there's a mainstream path to make electric vehicles there for everyone is the legacy that we'd like to leave to our kids, because that's the kind of world we want them to grow up in.
I would say we're an audacious group that is really tackling the problems of energy efficiency in transportation. There's nothing more unique than Aptera, a vehicle focused on efficiency solely over styling, and it's really the most efficient way to get from point A to point B.
We started Aptera to build the best electric car in the world.
I think a lot of people have latched onto Aptera because it's an amazing solution to a lot of today's energy use problems. And it's also just cool engineering. You're far less efficient on a bicycle than you are in an Aptera. So next time you think of bicycling down to your local grocery store, you might as well hop in the Aptera to make that same trip.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this fireside chat on the emergence of equity crowdfunding in the UK and Canada. So lovely to be with you all today. This is how I'm spending my Friday night, and I can be more pleased about it. This is really going to be just a discussion, quite a casual conversation about the different markets for equity crowdfunding in the UK and in Canada. So I think we'll kick off with introductions, and we've got plenty of time. We've got until 7:30, so take your time getting all the juicy bits about your platform. And then we'll go into a discussion about the different markets. So Peter Paul, do you want to kick off?
Sure, thanks Hannah. So my name is Peter Paul van Hoeken. I'm the founder and CEO of FrontFunder. FrontFunder is a leading equity crowdfunding platform in Canada. I think it's fair to say we've been sort of pioneering this space here in Canada as this whole market is emerging. We launched our platform mid-2015, and we've now closed over 80 capital raises and over about $80 million processed through our platform. We basically been leading a movement here in Canada of digitizing and democratizing investing in startups and enabling truly anyone, and whether you're an accredited investor or you're a smaller retail investor, to participate and invest in promising startups and scale-ups and other private companies in Canada. And we're operating as a registered dealer, so-called exempt market dealer, and we're operating from coast to coast.
Awesome, welcome, lovely to have you here. We actually spoke on a panel yesterday together. We're going to make sure I don't ask you the same questions, so stretch you a bit. And Rebecca, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, great. And I'll be the newbie, so hopefully I can help us mix it up a little bit. I'm Rebecca Casaba, CEO and co-founder of Dealmaker. Known Peter Paul for a very long time now. And Dealmaker, in a word, I like to call Shopify for the capital market. So we're a technology stack that you can plug in to power any kind of online digital capital raise. We're an international platform. We process for investors all over the world and issuers from all over the world. The US is our primary market. So from that perspective, Hannah, when you're asking questions, I'll probably speak mostly from a US market perspective.
Yeah, amazing. That's great. I think it's going to be really, I'm not sure how many other sessions in the Equity Crowdfunding Week program introduces other jurisdictions. So it'd be great as the US is kind of the baseline to compare with the US. So I think that'd be great. And Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah, and great to meet you, Rebecca and Peter Paul, and hello to everyone else. As you can also tell, probably from the dusk outside my window, I'm also in the UK with Hannah. I work at Cedars. I'm venture lead there, which it basically means I kind of lead on and develop a lot of our deal sourcing strategies across our primary raises and sort of increasingly across our secondary transactions as well. Just to give some context of Cedars, we are probably relatively sort of the grandparents of crowdfunding relative to a lot of the sort of younger platforms in the UK. We've been kicking about for sort of 12 years, 10 of those since operating and being regulated. We're kind of reaching an interesting point of scale. This year we'll close probably about 300 deals And again, we're pre-seed to pre-IPO in terms of where and when we participate. We still do most of our bread and butter at sort of seed and Series A stage. But yeah, we'll do about 300 deals. We've got about 800 companies who've raised with us in our portfolio to date. And yeah, kind of, I guess for us as well, kind of starting to reach further afield and sort of play a little bit more seriously in Europe. And yeah, really interested to learn more about the other markets as well.
Awesome, thanks, Alex. I love the way that you said the grandpa in a very tired tone. I've been doing this a while in London, still going.
Yeah, we've been plugging away for a while. I was just on with Rohan from Republic, and like, I think some of the challenges that they face, are facing now, and Peter, Paul, and Rebecca, be interesting to hear your perspectives. Are things that we've experienced here, and the kind of market has, had to reach that level of maturity. That naturally is going to have to occur. So yeah, interesting to hear.
Amazing. And to quickly introduce myself, so I'm the founder of the Funding Crowd, which is a crowdfunding consultancy. So we specifically support on the strategy and planning of crowdfunding campaigns, mainly the marketing support, what I consider the fun bit, as opposed to the scary bit, the legal bit at the beginning. So I've worked with about 60 different campaigns. All of them have been successful, thankfully, and raised about $15 million with various different platforms and businesses. So I actually want to go back to the point that you've kind of said there, Alex, about being the UK being a bit like the grandpa of equity crowdfunding. And it'd be great just to hear a little bit more about Seeders' journey, because I think compared to a lot of the other companies in the whole program, Seeders may have been through the roller coaster of making this model work. So the first question is really, the first thing I'll ask of you, and I appreciate there's a lot to ask, could you kind of just summarize how you feel like Seeders has grown and changed over the last 10 years?
Yeah, and I'll caveat this with, I've only been part of Seeders' journey for the last 4 years. But, as with any startup life, we had our first in-person company social a month ago, and half of the employees I'd never met face to face, and I feel like a real OG at this point. But yeah, we've been going for 10 years. We started actually as the brainchild of our two co-founders. It was their MBA project. And they thought, wouldn't it be cool if, people could invest in companies? And I think Jeff, from his perspective, I think he is an SEC lawyer and was always a little bit insulted that retail investors and sort of generally the general public couldn't participate in this asset class in the same way that you could go and buy some shares in HSBC or Facebook or any publicly listed company.
Alex, we may be losing you briefly there. Sorry to interrupt. I think there was just a slight pause. I think it was just your last sentence, though.
No worries. I was just saying that was the kind of inception. Let me know, just jump in if you can't hear me. I'm actually, so apologies, I'm sat in my new house and the only piece of furniture I have is a table. So I suppose should have internet though. But yeah, no, I was saying, so from Jeff's perspective, it was always, why shouldn't this asset class be open to everybody in the same way that, public equities could be open to? And so you can actually go back and, there's a website where you can sort of see what various websites look like at any given point in time. When our old COO left the business, she did a screen grab of what Seeders looked like when she joined, when it was one employee. And, there were two offerings on there and they were both £50,000. I think one of them was a £30,000 raise and one of them was a £50,000 raise. Those are raise sizes that we can't even really support anymore. We start at 50, that's the kind of, it doesn't necessarily make commercially sense, but it's an important part of the ecosystem to serve. But it's, and that was 2 deals. And I think we maybe did 10 deals in our first year. And, that was kind of the beginning of it all. And like, I think it was really tough to even visualize what, we've become, and we're still a long way from exit ourselves, but I think the scale that we've seen is really impressive. And it's been an interesting journey because we had to earn the right to play in the space, I think. And I think, there was a lot of skepticism from people. There still is to a certain degree, but like a lot of people thought, no, this asset class is, this is the most complex asset class ever. And, it should only be open to people who work at funds or institutions, or, you don't want to be raising from the crowd, that's too public. And so we kind of had to break down a lot of those barriers. And, I say we, us and our competitors in the space did obviously a great job. But, I think really it was the businesses themselves. I think entrepreneurs started to realize the value of having and a wide investor network. And again, I was saying this before, we don't position ourselves alongside as an alternative to institutional funding. We see ourselves more as complementary. And thankfully, the most category defining brands in the UK, a lot of them have gone to the crowd at various different points to raise capital, because, obviously as a consumer business, but even as a B2B business, there's a lot of value to having a wide network of people who are financially invested in the future of the company and who really care about it. So yeah, I think it's been a slow progress, but I think we've kind of opened up new markets, we've opened up new product lines, and for the first time, we're sort of starting to see, our ecosystem, kind of goal of being, essentially a platform that can serve the entirety of the private markets, from, your first pre-seed raises, your friends and family, to, your liquidity event pre-IPO, and potentially even IPO participation, as we're seeing more and more of that in the UK. So even in the time that I've been here, it's amazing to see the progress, and it's for sure really exciting to see that in other markets as well.
Yeah, amazing. I love the idea that you had that screen grab of that 30,000 raise. And I mean, now we're regularly seeing big, at the very limit of the regulation in the EU, 10 million raises. That's incredible to see. And even in the 4 years, the growth you must have seen at Cedars must be significant. So that's amazing to be able to think about the progress that you've made at Cedars alone, but also, as you say, you and your competitor, in terms of bringing this industry to the UK and eventually the world. Obviously, we like to say in the UK that equity crowdfunding to the world.
Well, yeah, I know it's a weird one, and I know I kind of said this before, and apologies if people have heard this already today, but our perception, and Hannah, you probably feel the same way, that that everything's big in the US, and also that the US is this, and not just the US, but North America more generally, is sort of bastions of capitalism, where this sort of thing you'd think would have been way more progressive and way more advanced than it is, relative to the regime that the FCA has in the UK. And I think from a regulatory perspective, you're only sort of just beginning to see the US catch up in terms of what they're able to do, especially at that retail and unaccredited investor level.
That's interesting. I'm definitely going to have to give the North Americans a chance to jump in here. So specifically on that point, Rebecca, I'll go to you. How do you feel the climate is in the US? And as I say, in the UK, it's been a long time, but also, generalizing here, but in general, the UK tends to be a lot more risk averse, and we've seen this explosion in the US, and I think that's a cultural thing, a regulation thing, but it's also great to hear from you, from a business, how you feel like that's changed over the last few years.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I love the comment. I'm probably going to use it going forward, of everything's bigger in the US, because I think there's a bunch of different things you just touched on. It's significantly different in the structured approach that the SEC has taken to it, actually governing what kind of disclosure is permitted. And then the biggest change, I think, was the recent change this year in the size of the exemptions, Reg CF allowing limits of up to 5 million in capital raised, and Reg A going from 50 million to 75 million. And so having that regulatory support in terms of the disclosure, the exemptions, how they should be functioning, is causing the market to become a lot more sophisticated and more capital flowing through those exemptions. And so that's caused, we can talk a little bit going forward about the perfect storm of a number of different factors that are really happening in the US that's really causing the market to take off. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, definitely. And it's amazing to see. I mean, Twitter is always on fire for me, and there's always people in the US talking about equity crowdfunding. So it definitely felt like we were talking about it in the UK and we're really excited about it. And now there's kind of, the family has grown. So to put away the competition aside, it's lovely to see the conversations happening. And Peter Paul, I think your perspective is very interesting, because you're really driving this market, I feel, in Canada. So what is it like doing that?
Well, I often say, we speak about equity crowdfunding in Canada, that to Canadians, is that we, I usually say, I don't really look at Canada to see where the puck is going. I'm actually looking indeed at the UK, and now since a couple of years also at the US. But really in the early days, when I founded the company, was this before we launched, it was about a year and a half before we actually were able even to launch, was end of 2013, 14, is that it was obviously, it had been happening in the UK for about 4 or 5 years at the time. And so that was definitely inspiration. But then looking at the challenges here in Canada and Alex mentioned earlier on the same thing in the UK, breaking barriers, and we certainly had some barriers to break here in Canada because, albeit for the fact that here in Canada, we're blessed with 13 regulators, it's fantastic. So, and the great thing is they're not necessarily all on the same page. And they all introduce their own rules. So that was definitely a challenge. And I think that's also been, as this market has been evolving over the years, challenging to get the market going here in Canada, because we have been sort of struggling with different rules in different jurisdictions across Canada, different limits. So it created a lot of, challenges for companies that were looking to use this new opportunity to raise from a wider group of investors, as well as for investors, because an investor in BC was not necessarily able to do the same thing as an investor in Ontario. So it created a lot of, let's say, friction, and I would say really drove up the cost of raising capital through equity crowdfunding as well. So we really had some regulatory barriers, but then of course also, the fact that you're introducing something that is completely new, and it's always been surprising that even today, when I talk about FrontFunner, I tell you, look, we're about equity crowdfunding enables all investors, whether you're a credit investor or you're a smaller retail investor, to invest in startups from the very beginning. And even if you say at the beginning, you still hear like, but this is only for accredited investors, right? So no, it's not. This is for everyone, really. It's also almost like a paradigm shift, right? So because, as Alex mentioned earlier as well, it's like it's now opening it up really far beyond the group of usual suspects, this small traditional group of investors, of angel investors, at some point, VCs, but it's a small group. It's a small, and here in Canada, it actually presents a relatively small pool of capital. So the fact that we're now able, and I've always looked at this here in Canada, is we're not displacing any traditional capital. That's going to happen anytime soon. It's not the goal in itself. It's really about opening this up and indeed truly democratizing it. So why is it that people that made some of those companies really big, like Twitter came around here, which is now a public company, as we know. So what if those customers from the very beginning, or they're still in their garage, what if they could invest at that time, right? Rather than now finally when a company goes public, and of course we all know that the hockey stick growth is being realized, and we also know it goes to the usual, pockets that are usually already pretty deep. So that is the exciting things. It's been an exciting journey here, and a challenging journey here in Canada. And just to close off here on the fact that what we're really excited about here is that since a couple of weeks ago, actually September 21st, that we now here in Canada also have harmonized crowdfunding rule coast to coast, and with increased limits. And just to put it in perspective, we're not close to 10 million pounds in the UK, I heard, and $5 million US, but we came from far, $250,000 twice a year, $500,000 Canadian dollars, that is, and now we're at 1.5 Canadian dollars. We're excited about that. The investor limits also went up, so from $1,500 Canadian dollars to 2,500 Canadian dollars. And if you go through a registered portal like we are, then, and we deem it so-called suitable, so we think it's a good idea for investors to invest in a particular company, the limit is actually $10,000. So we're in good shape. We're finally, heading in the right direction, but there's lots of work to do here in Canada.
Amazing. When you said, when you emphasized that change in regulation, I felt like I should have had like a little party popper or something. And it is great to see, like, yes, it's not at the same scale, but it's that progress. And I think relatively that progress has come quite quickly. And Alex can emphasize, how long even just minor changes in regulation has taken in the UK. So to have that big change is significant. Something else that you mentioned there, which I want to touch on, is this idea of unlocking capital through crowdfunding. I think that was one big perception shift that had to change. It's not these companies can't get VC, some of them can't. for various reasons. But it's not the case they can't get the VC money or they can't get debt, they can't get different forms of funding, but they're actually unlocking the capital that's there. And that kind of opening, that democratization, I think, is what should be focused on, and that's all part of kind of the education around that. And you touched on that, Peter Paul, but I also want to hear, and also Alex, you mentioned about educating the market. I'm really interested to hear, Rebecca, about what kind of education you feel you've had to do in a kind of a very different space.
Yeah, so I think the biggest piece of education for us has been around how to set up a Regulation A offering. So we focus, because we're not a portal, right? We're a back-end Shopify shopping cart type model. We're doing all different deal types. And so a lot of times a company will come to us and they may not even have selected the type of deal they want to do. And so we're trying to, do seminars and bring on a lot of the partners in our network, Peter Paul sometimes, for example, so that people can understand the various options that are available to them. And then, setting up a Regulation A offering, you can raise up to 75 million. That is a significant amount of capital. And so it can be for the kinds of issuers we're working with who really want to have control over their brand, like Dragonfly, who's, a NASDAQ listed issuer, Gage Cannabis, amazing cannabis company that raised 50 million within 3 months. These are big, large scale offerings. And so there's a lot of moving pieces to them. And so one of the new things that I found when we came into the market was we had to do a big educational component. And what's exciting about what's happening in the US is all the different types of service providers, or a lot of whom are speaking at Equity Crowdfunding Week this week, really developing a high level of expertise in the market, which is just pushing the market forward even more. Really specialized service providers that know how to make these offerings successful. And that, to me, is the most exciting part, because we see all the different players in the market becoming really good at the piece of what they're doing. And that propels the market forward, because you see constant new innovation happening, whether it's us on the technology piece coming up with our proprietary investor ranking algorithms, whether it's the marketing companies who are coming up with really intelligent SEO campaigns down to the types of words that they should be using to target different investors. The industry is evolving more and more, which is going to allow more capital to be raised in the retail capital raising space, even more, better, faster, cheaper. And that's really what technology does, right? At the end of the day, it pushes things forward, allows us to standardize procedures so that the industry develops and operates at a much more rapid pace. And so while now launching a Reg A offering can be considered quite an undertaking, because you got to do your SEC filings and your disclosure, and you got to have your audited statements, and you got to have your marketing, and you got to have all your other channels of distribution. As this market is becoming more sophisticated and 3xing at least this year over year, we're just seeing more of an industry develop that can support this and streamline it and make it more efficient.
Amazing. Yeah, I think that that growth in ecosystem, which of course we have the ecosystem in the UK, but I would say it's very much spearheaded by the platforms like Cedars. And while we have consultants like me around that, and we have video companies, I'd say that the ecosystem in the US is explosive, and I think it's partly to do with the increased legal requirements and the relative complication. Obviously, I don't understand it very well, but it definitely looks a lot more complicated than the kind of rules we have in the UK with the different tiers. Has built this whole industry, which in itself is self-perpetuating, building the industry more. So yeah, I think it's fascinating to see, and I follow a few different people on, whether it be on LinkedIn or Twitter, and they'll have hashtag equity crowdfunding in their profile, and I'll look at what they're doing, and it's a whole different product that I never knew even existed, and it's needed, and it's driving the industry, and it's amazing to hear. So on education, I think, Alex, you're the first one to kind of bring up this topic. I'm going to give a different spin to this, because I feel like asking whether education is needed for you is just a no-brainer. So instead, I'm going to ask, and maybe this is some advice for Peter Paul, as a platform that's now, I felt like, educated the market very successfully. What advice would you give for a new player in this space for educating the market?
Yeah, I think really good question. And like, general education to everyone we speak to is a huge part of what we do, from our content team, our marketing team, our comms team. And I think, when you think about the kind of education of the space, there's a few different key audiences that you need to speak to, right? We kind of already talked about, establishment funding and VCs. But then there's the entrepreneur ecosystem as well, that we really need to speak to. And a lot of our content is not only around sort of educating that ecosystem, but also providing useful and ancillary tools that help them raise funds, whether they're raising offline or online. So I think a lot of that, when you start a business, for example, like there's no centralized hub of knowledge that you can go to say, how do I do X? How do I do Y? And it's very disparate. So, on the educational side for entrepreneurs, it's a huge part of what we do. And then obviously the audience, obviously as Seedrs, our business model, a sort of base layer is a two-sided marketplace. So, we spend a huge amount of energy and time talking and understanding with and supporting entrepreneurs. But, on the other side of the table, we also spend a huge amount of time talking to investors, understanding their preferences, understanding what they're trying to do. And it's especially for retail investors, because we're a little bit, again, the sort of requirements and the regulations and how we can speak to different audiences vary hugely. For example, our high net worth sophisticated audience, we can put all of our preemption rounds out to them, for example, and they're very limited on information, but because of the requirements, we're able to give them access to a load of deal flow that they otherwise wouldn't have. With retail investors, again, part of the almost responsibility of opening up an asset class is the investor education that goes with it. So I think that for us has been a cool part of our business model going forwards, and probably the piece that you've got to get right the most if you're looking at how to unlock liquidity from investors, and that's where I'd focus a lot of the effort. So if you think about crowdfunding, we've always had the two audiences, and of our organic community, we've got sort of 700,000-800,000 investors now, and those are people. The good thing about any crowdfunding model is you harvest communities, right? So we built this audience through both our own organic acquisition and sort of the work that our marketing team do, but also whenever anyone comes and transacts with us, they come onto our books. So for that community investor especially, the conversion is generally slightly higher because it's a business that they know, it's a business that they like, they already figured out what the business does, how they make money, if they provide a good product or service. So the conversion to investment on that individual company is quite high. But that person, they might be coming into this asset class completely fresh. So even from the start of our product journey, it's actually a regulatory requirement, but we have an appropriateness test when you come into the funnel. So that that's to educate and also to gauge understanding of the space and to gauge understanding of the risks. But I think a lot of our work now goes into kind of optimizing that. People, as I said, it's a great sort of just naturally occurring phenomenon of any crowdfunding platform that you do harvest communities, and it is quite a sticky product. But that if you can focus on that audience and get them really excited about coming back and reinvesting, that's where a lot of the value is. And I think by virtue of then participating on a platform, I think we're getting to a stage of mass adoption. But even in the UK, we're more ubiquitous. Us and our competitors are more ubiquitous than we've ever been. But it still is a new asset class for a lot of people. So I think you get, again, all these people coming in participating for the first time, huge opportunity to capture enthusiasm and demand, because they do skew towards the early adopter and they're likely to want to participate again. But you still got to build up a real sort of, I guess, a weight of knowledge around just what it means to hold shares in a private company. Because a lot of people, their only exposure to owning shares in a company is through public companies, and some investors don't even have that exposure. So, if you think about it from the perspective, there's a huge amount of value to capture there, and a huge pool of capital that you can open up. But I think it's tough for us as well, and maybe slightly inaccurate. We see it with our new joiners when they join Seedrs. We talk and we're sort of in the front lines with entrepreneurs every day, and sometimes we forget that actually it's not. It seems simple to us because we've been doing it for 10 years, but actually there's a huge. Most people in the UK, for example, won't be signed up to Seedrs, so it's like we've still got to focus on that education piece, and I think that's from a sort of value perspective the biggest pie.
Yes, I think that having that wealth of knowledge and just that content that people can access is so important. And it's definitely, it's scary to an extent, and it makes you feel the weight of the responsibility that potentially you could be someone's first interaction with investing at all. I mean, retail investment is still relatively new. I mean, free trade, the equivalent of Robinhood, these aren't like really old companies in the grand scheme of things. So the idea that someone has a savings account, a current account, and they come to you and they make their first investment, it's a huge amount of responsibility to educate. Something I'm particularly interested in, and you touched on it there, Alex, is how you navigate regulation while promoting, so financial promotions. So I'm obviously familiar with them in the UK, but it'd be really interesting to hear what they're like in Canada and the US. So specifically, if a company wants to promote their financial opportunity, their investment opportunity, how can they do that? And it'd be interesting to hear whether it's different in the UK. So Peter Paul, how do companies manage that?
Yeah, so here in Canada, so it depends a bit on the type of regulation used. As Alex alluded to, the fact like if you go to accredited investors, you can basically raise capital with for very little disclosure. And same here in Canada. You can also say a lot of things, and it's not necessarily needs to be curated or whatever. It's basically assuming that a credit investor knows what's real, what's not, and sort of is able to make based on that information, an investment decision. But if you obviously go to non-accredited investors, then it comes down to, okay, what rules are you using for that now? And the new crowdfunding rules and the ones that I referred to earlier, it's now being harmonized, and we're very excited about that. Is one that is really introduced to open it up truly for the public. So retail investors as well, non-accredited investors, but still with a reasonable disclosure. And because the effect in Canada, we have had other private capital raising rules, and in some provinces been around for 20 plus years, and Rebecca knows what I'm talking about. It's so-called this offering memorandum. So you could actually, and that was actually for me the reason that I started looking at this space, because this is before the regulators in Canada even were dreaming about opening it up for equity crowdfundings. But this is a rule that enables you to raise from the public, but you do need to produce this offering memorandum, which is it's not like a prospectus, but it is a pretty heavy disclosure document. You need all the financial statements and all that. If you're raising $500,000, your startup, you don't have time for that. Let be the money for that, right? So really the crowdfunding rules is to balance that kind of disclosure versus investor protection. So how we really positioning Front Funder here in Canada is to we believe, like you mentioned the point earlier on, you're inviting investors to invest, may have never invested before directly. You invite them to invest in early stage companies, high risk, and then see what happens. Almost like you're asking for trouble, right? So the fact that we put checks and balances in place in regulation, I think is a good thing. And so but you need to find the right balance. So we at Front Funder basically position ourselves as a curated marketplace. So we do screen all deals before they come on the platform, and not so we make an advice like, hey, this is going to be a winner, everybody should invest in it, but more like, look, we want to mitigate, ideally sort of eliminate the risk that we believe that exposure that investors shouldn't be exposed to, right? Like a company is just ill prepared, or there's nothing there, or even worse, there may be some sort of securities records or whatever, fraud perhaps, and that kind of thing. So we do background checks and all of that. So because you can't expect an investor perhaps to invest $500 to do all of that. So that we see it our job. And then secondly, what we do is, and we also have to do that because we're a registered dealer. So we are responsible for each trade that we're doing. So each investment, we're taking responsibility for that in terms of making sure that we know who the client is, the investor is, so there's so-called know your client, KYC. We've done our due diligence on the company, and each investment is basically what they call, you have to determine the suitability. That all, we've automated the entire process. So it's really, you can from start to finish, you can do in one session, which was another milestone a couple of years ago that we achieved. But basically all disclosure is being screened through us. So it's a company on our platform that wants to do an update or has got some exciting things to share in support of the raise, we do look at that. We have a compliance department that checks all of that before we push that live. So we do, take our responsibility to as best as to provide accurate information and as best as possible, inform the investor to make an informed investment decision.
Yeah, amazing. And I think what you're touching on there, which not many people may be familiar with, is just the huge amount of work for the platform that this takes. You have the initial screening where you have to decide whether you're going to learn more about this company and even consider bringing them onto the platform. Then there's the full vetting process. Then there's the vetting of their materials that they're presenting. And then there's the continued vetting of their promotions. And making sure that they're not promoting irresponsibly. And it's a huge amount of work. And I work on the side of the founder wanting to go live in 3 weeks. And I have to tell them there's so much work that needs to be done. And it's really important that this work is done. So yeah, thank you for giving an insight on that. And Rebecca, what is it like for you? I appreciate you're in a slightly different place within the ecosystem. But what kind of interaction do you have when it comes to kind of promoting these opportunities?
Yeah, so we're in a slightly different business model because we're not promoting opportunities to an investor base as a technology stack like Shopify that issuers can use to promote their own offerings. That work that you're describing is significantly less when they launch a deal on Dealmaker. But that being said, the compliance regime in the US is effectively very similar to what Peter Paul described in Canada, where, if it's Reg CF, there is going to need to be a broker dealer or portal provider who's reviewing and signing off on the deal and vetting it and vetting the investment opportunity in order for there effectively to be distribution to investors. And often our partners are the ones doing that. And then for Regulation A+, it's a much longer process where the SEC is vetting, there's background checks, broker-dealer is reviewing the information on that documentation. So a big lift there as well. And similar to what Peter Paul was describing, if it's an accredited investor offering, the onus is much lower. You can go out with much less information because the regulators feel that accredited investors, because of the amount of capital they have, or now they've added, maybe they have a certain level of financial knowledge and they've written certain exams, or they're an industry participant, they can satisfy themselves with questions for the issuer. And so if you're just offering to accredited investors, the threshold is much lower, which means you can get an offering up and running much faster and cheaper. But on the flip side, only about 10% of households in the US qualify for that exemption. So the pool of people you're going out to is now much smaller. That being said, that pool generally is writing larger checks. So it's a different makeup of the types of offerings that we're seeing and facilitating on the back end, whether it's accredited, bigger checks, less effort to get out to them, but smaller pool you're targeting, versus Regulation A or Reg CF, where large target market, lots of different marketing integrations you can plug into. We have issuers advertising in Morning Brew, going through influencers, all financial, newsletters, all kinds of different tracks to get them to that 75 million over the course of a year.
Fascinating. I had no idea that the SEC actually had some involvement in vetting companies. So how does that work?
Sorry, what do you mean?
You mentioned, sorry if I've misinterpreted this correctly, you mentioned that at some stages the SEC actually gets involved in the vetting process of your companies.
Oh, so under Regulation A, the issuer hires a lawyer and they draft a disclosure document, and then they file that with the SEC, and the SEC reviews it and makes sure that it meets the requirements. And then, I don't want to butcher this and use the wrong word, because it's not that they approve or stamp the offering, but they say, okay, you're permitted now to go to market. And so you have, there's certain involvement there by the SEC. I think, the offering memorandum exemption in Canada, Peter Paul and I probably agree that it holds the key to Canada because it's a very streamlined process, and it allows accredited and non-accrediteds to offer under that kind of disclosure document. It is work to prepare it, but it allows you to reach the pool in Canada the same way Regulation A does in the US of both accrediteds and non-accrediteds.
Fascinating. Yeah, I think this is partly a symptom of the size of raises we're talking about at this stage. But in comparison, in the UK, the SME doesn't really have to think too much. They have to go through the due diligence process, and they have to make sure not that all of them do, as Alex will know, they have to make sure that they're saying things like capital at risk and including kind of the seeders disclaimers when they promote it. But they don't really touch the regulation at all. They only really get kind of, they can get told off, but they don't have to submit anything to the FCA. They don't have to pass any external vetting process. It's only really with the platform. So that's really interesting to hear. I wonder how different the world would be, what the UK equity crowdfunding industry would be if the FCA had to approve every offering. Does it bear thinking about, Alex, was it?
Well, I mean, in the US, I think it's lower. It's similar. So I think you're right. You're bang on. It depends on the amount of capital coming in.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the FCA would need to hire a lot more people to make that feasible. No, but it's interesting, like that point around like disclosure, and like it's completely right. Like it is a high risk asset class. It's got to be properly disclaimed. But yeah, it's always interesting whenever we do a fintech raise or anybody who operates within a regulated space. So same thing in medtech, with gambling companies, things like that. They're always much quicker to realize the realities of what they can and can't say because they're used to it with the way that they speak to their customers. But yeah, I think it's pretty scary the way that some people would try and go out there with message to market.
Yeah, and then just to, it's interesting because the disclosure and everything, and here in Canada, when you use the offering, memorandum, and it's actually, I think there may be a problem. Perhaps Quebec, you can have a sort of a preview by the regulator, but the regulator typically doesn't do that, right? So you use an OM, and then only when there is a problem, so when investors complain or whatever, that's when they will review it, or they just pull a filing and they review it, right? So it's always after the fact that you hear like there are deficiencies whatsoever, and that's obviously why it's advised to, have a legal counsel look at that. But in general, I think it's also for platforms important because you can disclose what you want, and my screening team and due diligence, you can perform whatever you want, but you basically often have in many cases an early stage company with a team and a dream perhaps, and that's pretty much it. And so you can analyze whatever you want, but it's not going to sort of mitigate the risk, right? So I think there's also a general responsibility for platforms like, look, this asset class is typically higher risk, right? And so we also here at FundFunder, we also don't want to sort of suggest or present as, look, we've done due diligence in depth, and so you know exactly what the risks are, and you can sort of run your model, what your payout's going to be. It's not that sophisticated because it's such a high risk asset class, right? So in general, just also explaining what investments in private company means, and that of course that are typically higher risk. So it could be a very digital outcome. You may be a big winner, you may lose your total investment, as well as the fact that of course you invest in it and you gotta hold your breath, you gotta be patient, and you can't sell the next day. And I know of course in the UK, of course has moved forward with secondary liquidity and all of that, and you see a similar thing in the US. But that's another thing. It's just in general explaining what is this investment, what is it not. So if you invest, don't do it if it's for your, dependent on your retirement, and don't do it if you expect that you want to, sell the next day, because that's not going to happen. So it's just this general disclosure, and I think just to simplify, being transparent, that is also a great way to make investors sort of aware of what they, what they're doing when they invest in through platforms like ours.
But that's also really hard, isn't it? Because it's like the two extremes. You have to tell them it's very, very likely you will lose all your money. But then there's also this opportunity that you can invest at the next Twitter, the next Airbnb. And it's really, really hard trying to manage what are two very extreme scenarios. You touched on secondaries, Peter Paul, and I think that's really exciting, the next wave, I think, to crowdfunding. So Alex, you just kind of want to define kind of what the status is for seeders in the UK, and also if you can give us any kind of latest news, what the next steps are going to be.
Yeah, so no, just to touch on that last point around the capital at risk warning, it's funny, like no other industry has to tell people like the opposite of the marketing message that they're trying to get across. So, it's like you say, buy this product, don't buy this product, it's just underneath. So
for sure. I mean, people can go to spend all their money
on the secondaries. I think we made a good point around.
Oh, sorry, Alex. There was a slight delay, so I really interrupted you. Apologies. Go ahead.
No worries. I'd say kind of the gambling analogy is a really interesting point, and that's a wider debate in the UK at the moment. But like, yeah, it's a completely contradictory message. But Peter, Paul, to your point on the secondaries, even with that potential liquidity and an emphasis on potential, because just because we have a secondary market doesn't mean that there is going to be a market to make. And whilst it's great that people can draw down and it helps with major life events and brings that sort of liquidity event forward, we still talk about this as a long-term patient asset class. You're 5 to 15 year horizon. Like, it's not something we're saying you can day trade on. But yeah, Hannah, I mean, you mentioned it. So, there's sort of two distinct elements to our secondary, activity. The first is our secondary market, which is, it's essentially like our own stock exchange. And it's for the ecosystem of shares that we have placed capital for. And I won't get too into the boring legal detail, but essentially we have transfer rights within all of the shares that we've placed. So, over £1 billion of capital placed, and all of those shareholders can trade in and amongst each other, and new buyers can come in, and it has no impact on the cap table of the business. So that's the sort of market that we have in perpetuity. And that's great. We've seen, it's a much smaller part of our business model. We probably do about $1 million a month of just sort of organic peer-to-peer trades, which we don't, kind of lead, and that's just people going and buying and selling. And people have seen great, really, 100x plus returns on that, which is really great to see. But that's only a small element of that. And, essentially our goal at Cedars is to increase that pool of shares that we have influence on. Historically, the only way we've been able to do that is through primaries, and raising more capital, bringing more shares into our ecosystem. But what's really exciting for us is there's this huge market need around secondaries, and no one's ever really cracked it. It's still really opaque, still a huge lack of information, still a lack of liquidity, and there's still instances where employees, especially, and I work for a startup. I know the kind of part of the allure of working for a startup is your option scheme, right? But that's it's a really hard thing for employees to grasp, because it's so rare to see that payout, because you most of the time you're moving jobs, and then it's something you think about 10 years time when the company exits. But and we have now a really fleshed out product suite across secondaries for employee options, which I'll come to in a sec, but for founders, for early investors, and for employees. And for founders, it's really interesting because there has historically been a taboo around founder secondaries. It's like the idea that if you allow a founder to take some money off the table, they're going to be less motivated. Now, I guess like anything, it all depends on how much. Yes, if you allow someone to take enough money off the table that they can buy an island in the Bahamas, they might be less motivated. But actually, if you allow them, especially for first-time founders, where they might have like 99% of their net worth tied up within a very high risk and liquid asset, and are likely paying themselves a salary that's less than that they would make elsewhere, being able to take some money off the table is actually really good for the business. Because if you're sitting on this illiquid asset and you get a really low ball acquisition offer and you haven't been able to take any money off the table, like that looks really appealing. And I was actually seeing the Squarespace CEO was saying the other day, if he didn't have secondaries, it was unlikely that he would have taken his company public. Because he had misaligned incentives on that. So that's a really good core piece for us. Same thing with investors. We already cater for our own investors, but we want to cater for all investors. If you didn't happen to participate via Cedars, but you invested in a really great company that our investors would want to buy into, then that's a great trade that we can make happen with the platform. And then the really exciting one, I think, is the employee options side. So, as I say, you're a startup, you give these options to people, but I think for the most part, from the whenever we speak to a CEO, CFO, or head of people, they have a real hard time sort of really just emphasizing the value of those options, because you can't draw down on them. But with the product we built, essentially we can carry out a cashless sale, so there's no need for financing. And so from a company perspective, again, not enough that's going to be able to let them go and live on that island in the Bahamas, but enough that you can afford a house deposit, or you can afford to get married, or send your kid to university, or whatever it is. You can draw small amounts off the table. And that for us is the future. 2022, I think that's the real key that we'll be looking to draw down on. And then I think there's sort of other ancillary markets around that. I think slated for 4, I think, secondary rounds in Q4, which will be, again, a mix of all of those sellers. But again, really, really small part of our business model at the moment, but we see it growing massively. And for investors and for shareholders, solves a massive problem. And for us, gives us access to deals that we missed or we didn't get access to in the primary, that people really, really want to buy into. So yeah, hugely exciting, and it's interesting to see that it's it's not just the UK. Like other countries are starting to adopt that as well, and the kind of almost a bit of a blending between public and private markets, which is super interesting.
Yeah, really exciting. And I mean, a truly liquid, dynamic secondary private market. I think you've touched on a few there. If employees can join, they can give 2 years of their early career to a startup and then walk away with like quite a significant cash reward. I think that opens up the hiring pool for startups. And yeah, if founders are able to be rewarded slightly early, there's significant impacts on what that could have in terms of well-being, motivation. And of course, if investors into private markets know that they can get their money back quite easily within 3 years, it could also result in more investment for startups as well. So I think the potentials of secondaries is really exciting. And we've got 5 minutes left. I want to make sure you'll get a chance to kind of round off and make sure people know how to get in contact with you. Just before I do that, I'm just quite intrigued, Rebecca. I don't know if you're familiar with this space, but is there kind of appetite for secondaries in the US? Is that kind of an area that's developing?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's moving forward fast and furious. There's some, Investec, some of the bigger platforms that are getting NASDAQ launch private markets. There's a lot of bigger platforms seeing momentous volume picking up in 2021. I think what we're seeing at Dealmaker is some of our issuers starting to think about exploring it and different partner ATS models. I think the liquidity is ultimately the biggest challenge in giving them the amount of liquidity that they could see on a traditional stock exchange. But the US, has the OTC and then you're going NASDAQ. So there's a bit of a gap there that I can see the ATS market filling the way you have the AIM or the TSXV and the CSE in the UK and Canada.
Amazing. That's really exciting. And quickly, Peter Paul, I know based on regulation, this might be a little bit far off, but is it something you're thinking about a front funder, whether a secondary market can come into play?
Definitely. I mean, and again, as I said at the beginning, we look at the UK, where the puck is going in the US, and so we do that also in the secondary trading part. And so we're looking at it, and Alex made a very good comment there. I think is that you have secondary trading, but it's not null, that it's a daily trading, and you're guaranteed liquidity. And I think that brings me, from my perspective, is that we're obviously exploring this. To look for ways to offer the prospect for investors that there may be secondary liquidity without any guarantees, and certainly not perhaps for a really attractive price. They might take a serious haircut if they really want to get out. The way I really look at it is that ultimately you invest in a certainly in a startup is to be patient and see if it works out, and that takes time, right? So the whole idea is that if you're looking for liquidity, or you perhaps you shouldn't invest in this asset class in the first place. Just invest in public stocks. Your returns may be less, but hey, you get liquidity, right? So we have seen some successes on Front Funder, relatively fast actually, of companies that raised raised around, and 3 years later they went public on one of the Canadian venture exchanges with a 30+ return. And we recently seen a company that had a partial acquisition, so which didn't go public, but another way for investors to cash out. So ultimately, yes, we're looking at it, but private markets is still, you invest with the intention to sit on it, to hold, to be patient, and see if you can get that big return, right? So I think that's really important. People understand that that's really private markets. You invest typically for a longer time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And that's really vital as part of the education piece as well. You really want people to no matter how secondary market is developing, not see this as the same as investing in an ETF or in crypto, as that piece of money that you gamble on, and you're not expecting to be able to get it out. And it's really important that people see it in that way. Okay, so we've got a minute left. So just to quickly round up, just let people know, if you want people to get in touch with you personally, how they can do, and also how they can get with your company, get in touch with your company. So Alex, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm on LinkedIn. You can connect with me there. Also my email, alex.dunning@cedars.com. We're always looking to engage with investors, entrepreneurs. I would follow Cedars on social as well. We put out a load of great content just around, again, investor education, founder education, and events as well. So yeah, connect with us there.
Awesome. And Rebecca?
Yeah, same thing as Alex. Follow us on LinkedIn. You can hit me up on LinkedIn. Our email info@dealmaker.tech. The website is dealmaker.tech. And we have lots of good educational info for founders. So looking forward to chatting with everyone.
Brilliant. And last but definitely not least, Peter Paul.
Very similar for companies looking to raise capital in Canada. As well as investors, just go to frontfunder.com, and I am indeed also on LinkedIn, and info@frontfunder.com is our email.
Super. And I'm on LinkedIn at Dr. Hannah Forbes, and you can also get in touch with the Funding Crowd at thefundingcrowd.co.uk. Thank you all so much. I've learned so much this evening. It's well worth giving up doing anything else on a Friday night. Not that I really do anything else anyway. But I hope you all have a fab day and Alex evening. And hopefully connect with you offline another time. So thanks everyone.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. Thanks everyone.
Thanks.
The best advice that I have received is to be patient. Nothing goes according to plan. And so sometimes you just have to take a breath.
You're either playing chess or you're playing checkers. And if you want to be a good entrepreneur, you have to be playing chess.
The best advice I ever received was make something people want.
When you first start as an entrepreneur, you're scared to share your idea. The best advice that I got was, if you had your idea stolen, you'd already be halfway on your path to success. So go ahead and share it as much as possible.
The best advice I ever received is be determined and don't stop.
Are you an early stage founder with a big idea but no capital to make it real? Founders like Chris here know that getting funding can be hard. Chris knows that only 1% of founders will get venture capital investment, and she won't qualify for a bank loan at this early stage. She doesn't have a lot of savings or wealthy connections. So where can she turn for the $40,000 she needs to get her business started? Welcome to Chisos. Chisos provides a brand new type of funding for idea, early stage, and side hustle founders. Our unique investment contract, called a Convertible Income Share Agreement, or CISA, provides fair funding for founders. The investment is more flexible than other debt or equity-based funding options because it's designed with founders like you in mind. Chisos equalizes opportunities, activates ideas, invests in the future. Apply today. Visit www.chisos.io to get started.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon.
Good day, everybody. It's not quite afternoon here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good evening.
It's all right. Oscar, you're in New York, I take it.
Well, we're in the Eastern time zone. I keep forgetting that we're operating in so many different time zones. Yes, good. It's still good morning. Good morning, Vietnam. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, welcome everybody. It's nice to be here. Thank you all for attending. It looks like we're getting close to wrapping up Equity Crowdfunding Week. It's been a dynamic week with lots of opportunities, and I want to commend the Startup Starter team for making this all happen, because I know that it's been a challenge and lots of opportunities. So good job to the team. And I guess we can just start in here. My name is Len Lonzi. I am the managing director of the Pre-Accelerator program at Stubbs, Alderton, and Markleese. We are a full service law firm located here in the Los Angeles area. And the Pre-Accelerator program is a division of the law firm. I think we're the only law firm in the country that has an accelerator program. And we focus on pre-revenue tech startups and help them get their feet on the ground. And the timeliness of crowdfunding is always of interest to our portfolio companies and to the people that apply. So I'm happy to share some of the experiences that we've had at the Pre-Accelerator program and working with the crowd. So that's who I am. William, why don't you introduce yourself?
Perfect. Thanks, Len. Excuse me. So William Stringer, founder of Chisos, managing partner at Chisos Capital. We invest in people, in individuals. So we've designed unique investment terms to provide early stage capital to individuals that are starting businesses. We're kind of coming in before angels, before venture capital. Can kind of think of us as friends and family capital. Our unique terms are a convertible income share agreement, which is kind of a debt equity hybrid instrument that really allows individuals to leverage their future earning potential to raise capital. So we've invested in 15 companies to date. We've also built out a automated and semi-automated application process that starts online and is open to really anyone in the United States. So yeah, that's what we do. And kind of additionally, we are wrapping up our own campaign, our own crowdfunding campaign on WeFunder. That'll be wrapping up next Friday. And so we sit in a unique position where we're investors, but we're also raising capital on using Reg CF. So we can kind of see both sides of the CF marketplace. So
excellent.
Yeah, that's Chisos.
Thanks, William. Oscar, why don't you introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Oscar. There we go. My name is Oscar Joffrey. I'm one of the co-founders of Core Connects. We have built an all-in-one platform end-to-end for the Reg CF, Reg A, and Reg D world. And most of our time is spent advocating for the sector so we can keep growing it, so we can keep expanding it, never losing sight of why we're here, which is the everyday investor who we help democratize and participate.
Super. Well, welcome. I'd like to start off this morning with just kind of setting the table. And I was reading an article that I thought was very pertinent to our discussion today as we talk about starting a company with the intent of funding it either through the private markets or the crowd or however we want to do that. But here's, and this is from Fundera and some statistics on startup funding. 77% of small businesses rely on personal savings for their initial funding of companies. 33% of small businesses start out with less than $5,000 in funding. Only 5 out of 100 companies raise venture capital. 5 out of 100. And if you take that a step further, those that actually get a funding round of venture capital, there's a 9% or less than a 9% success rate that they will actually end up building an enterprise. Startups with 2 co-founders have a 30% have raised 30% more capital than they would if they were only one founder. I think that's a really instructive statistic. So just using that as a basis of starting, when I look at early stage pre-revenue startups, these are the things that come up. How have you funded yourself so far? And what does that friends and family round look like? And that varies. That varies by startups. That varies by founders. If you're a serial entrepreneur, this is a non-issue because typically you have personal capital that you can start with, most likely from your last enterprise. In most of the cases that I see, I'm not working with serial entrepreneurs. I'm working with first-time entrepreneurs, people who have an idea, people looking for funding. They've maxed out their credit cards. They've mortgaged their house. They've gone to friends and family. And now they're coming and saying, we've spent all the money that we've raised, whether that be $25,000 or $5,000 or $150,000. And now we need to raise money, but we don't have an MVP. Or we haven't done a market validation. So what do we do? And what are the solutions? And I think what this week has shown is that there are other solutions than going to a VC fund and asking, begging, cajoling for money, because there are, crowdfunding has opened up this opportunity for more businesses to go out and raise dollars, as we've heard all week. So any comments on any of those kind of foundational statistics to start with? Oscar?
Yes, thank you. So, because I've been involved with this, it's amazing. I had to really reflect today. It's going to be the 12th year, and I'm excited. Look, the energy I have towards it today is the same I have been. And I remember 12 years ago, or even when it got launched, people were using words like, this is an alternative way of raising capital. And what the statistics are showing us is that there is always going to be a pocket of companies looking for capital at different stages, whether it's early stage, seed, and all that. But the measurement that we measure the success is where we are wrong. And this is the part that I think for entrepreneurs listening in, the measurement that everybody strives to is, if you don't get venture capital, it feels like, oh, you know what, I'm going to do crowdfunding because that's the only other option. And in fact, we are finally telling you today that your capital, whether it's money, whether it's venture capital or this money, is equally the same. And all you're really doing is like any smart business. If you see a market and you go, okay, there's 100, potential targets, and there's one market there that only represents 5%, and there's an open market 95%, of course you're going to go after the greater market. And I think that's the way you got to look at it. There's 95% of the market open for you, whether you want to raise $10,000. I still have memories of the company who raised $10,000 a few years back. This lady did it in Republic, and she only wanted it to make dresses, to buy sewing machines to make dresses. That's what the Jobs Act was for. That's right there. It wasn't that the bank turned her down. It's just that here was a greater chance. You already knew there it was going to get narrow. So it's almost like entrepreneurs. We get told that you got to go through that narrow gap so you can get told no. Right. So and it's funny, you said 5%. The statistics we're seeing in angel investing on the overall scope, it's 0.00055. So it's even more narrow. So where's that money come from? So I think we got to turn the conversation around to where is the money? Where's the largest pocket of it? And readdress the mentality, how we view it, because will change the statistics of numbers that we're seeing.
And it also changes how your approach to that money is too, because if you're going 100%. After VC funds, venture funds at the pre-seed level, the amount of hoops that you have to jump through in order to get even to the introduction of that venture partner to make your presentation is extraordinary, and it's an extraordinary lift.
Agreed.
And I think CF funding has democratized that and made it much easier. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. There's many, as we've heard all week, there's many different platforms. William, you have a different way of doing it. And, what are some of I think it's too early to say that you've had successes in this because you just kind of launch this enterprise. But what are your opinions on just how we've set the table so far?
Yeah, I think you were kind of given my pitch when you were reading out those stats, and just the fact that there's all of these entrepreneurs out there, and the holy grail that everybody worships from is the venture capital world. That's what's in the news. Everyone's fundraising, everyone's exits, everyone sees venture capital, but there's increasingly more and more options to raise capital today. And I think the efforts of Startup Starter and Equity Crowdfunding Week and all of the CF platforms, they're doing a good job of helping entrepreneurs see that there's more options out there. Obviously, we have an option at Chisos that is complementary. Honestly, there's a few of our portfolio companies that we've invested in very early on that we've then pushed towards equity crowdfunding because various reasons. Either maybe they don't quite have traction yet, or maybe they are growing at a little bit slower pace than venture capitalists would like to see, or maybe their market is a little bit smaller than venture capitalists would like to see. Whole host of reasons why venture capital might not be the right path to go down. And increasingly, there's more options. If you have traction, you can look at revenue-based financing, you can look at PIPE, all sorts of things. And now crowdfunding, as it's growing, is an excellent option for that entrepreneur to activate their community, or maybe their friends and family that aren't accredited investors to get off the ground and really get started.
And I want to jump on something that Oscar said. That 95% of the money that's out there, it seems like it would be a lot easier to go after the bigger bucket or bigger pool than to try and contain yourself into one avenue of fundraising, whether that being venture capital. And they're not mutually exclusive. I think one of the challenges a lot of startups have is they think it's mutually exclusive. That, oh my gosh, if I raise venture capital, I can't do a CF funding, or I can't, I can't raise capital from a broader group of people than just a fund. Or if I go out and do CF funding, that's going to preclude me from going to venture capital later on and do a subsequent round. And they're not mutually exclusive. They work hand in hand. And I'll illustrate a company without naming the company that's in my portfolio because I didn't get permission to talk about them. But they worked with a very early stage accelerator. They had some capital put in by that accelerator, and they were introduced to Microventures, a crowdfunding platform. And they went out and raised $112,000 first time out on the Microventures platform. And that gave them enough money to do some development and to get to their MVP. And they went out, raised a little bit more capital from a venture funder, and then they did another second CF funding and raised another $120,000. What they found is if they can do that every couple of months, when they need capital to go out to the crowd, they're finding a marketplace to do that. And that money's not as expensive as it would be if they were getting it from VC funding. You got to look at the expense of money and how much money you spend to go raise that capital, and then how much is that capital actually going to cost you down the line, and giving up equity or shares. So I think that there's lots of ways to skin this cat, and from an accelerator program, we look at all ways of raising money, not just venture capital, because it's not the panacea for everybody. One of the things venture needs to do is de-risk that investment. And how do they de-risk that investment? And especially at the very early stage, it's hard to de-risk something that doesn't exist. So you're de-risking it on people. And so you really have to trust the people. I think one of the challenges in CF funding is how is that de-risked? And what, if anybody just comes onto the platform, how do you know that the folks that are actually going to run that company are going to be able to execute? Oscar, what are your thoughts on that?
But that it's a good question, but it's a risk that even everybody takes. The only difference is that in the VC world, obviously the venture capital gets on the board and provides a little bit of guidance and mentorship. But I see a lot of platforms already doing that as well. I think we have to take the approach that a company admit its regulatory obligations. Not all of them are going to make it. I mean, we're fooling ourselves to think it's going to be 100%, but I think there's enough of an ecosystem now surrounding itself to make sure the platforms are finally taking on the responsibility to make sure that companies, not only when they raise the capital, now hey, okay, you need to plan for this. After you raise your capital, you're going to need to do this. You're going to need to plan for that. Because, you went from a company with 5 shareholders, now you got 4,000, you got 5,000 shareholders, which is a great thing because which company would not want to have 5,000 customers or 5,000 brand ambassadors or 5,000 people that will go out and tell the whole world what it is they're doing. So I really believe that we're now maturing to that stage. We went from, in 2012, all we heard was we were going to be filled with fraud. In 2015, we went live. The industry went live. There was no fraud. Why? Because, there was a filing that needed to be done with the SEC, and that still needs to be there. Now, if you want to raise more than $1 million, the company needs to file, audited financial statement, which is done with an auditor under GAAP. So, if someone's going to commit fraud, you got to get a lawyer involved, an auditor, and there's a lot of pieces. And there's a new player now that has emerged in the crowdfunding space that in the early days, they dismissed it. And they were the same. They didn't help the industry because of them dismissing it as, it's small kiddies. It's like, who wants to do that crowdfunding stuff where people give away products? And that's the broker-dealer. The FINRA broker-dealer has woken up. And, my favorite saying for 2021 to everyone is, be careful what you wish for. So, everybody wanted the increase in Reg CF from 1 million to 5. Now you got it. And people go, that's hooray, hooray. But you just woke up someone that you weren't ready for. And that is, you woke up the broker-dealer because now you're going after their turf. And now they're coming in. And their value proposition is even stronger than the funding platforms because they are a broker-dealer. They can pay commissions, they can provide advice. And so now we got another advocate to the table that we didn't have before. And so when you start adding, when the ecosystem keeps expanding, it just keeps reinforcing the entire sector. And I believe that because of that, the same way venture capitalists take on investment and they have an ecosystem of participants that are going to help nurture the company, it's going to happen the same way here. Not every company is going to take it up. I'd be fooling you if I told you if that was going to be the case. But I believe the ones that want to grow and expand will be definitely open to it. Because if you heard my earlier comment today, I mentioned that this opportunity comes with a greater responsibility. You get the opportunity to sell to that 95% of the market on your terms. That means you get your valuation. So you don't have to cry. You don't have to complain. You own your company. Fantastic. You control it. Now that you control it, your responsibility is even greater because now you didn't want to give that up before and let them do it. Now you have to do it. And so for that, then you're going to need to learn to be transparent. Companies are transparent when they're raising their capital. Well, you're going to need to be transparent right after you're done raising your cap. It doesn't end there. It's a continuation. So this is part of the evolution of our market. If you go back in the early days of venture capital, it was the same way. They were making investment and they took a hands off and no, that's not working. We got to get in. And now some VCs, they got an HR team, they got a sales team, they got a tech team. You feel like, so what am I bringing to the table?
That's right.
So, but I think it's, I just think we are evolving at such a great pace right now. And the crowdfunding, the industry itself is getting such tremendous support from a larger audience now that wasn't there before. And that's a positive. That's reinforcing the sector. And we're going to need more than ever, we're going to need great accelerators. We're going to need accelerators. We're going to need incubators to help that company that wants to raise $10,000 or $50,000, whatever it is, or $1 million. So it's the next level that I see coming in the sector.
Lynn, question for you. So as you're working with these, pre-revenue companies or very early companies, how do you help them think about which avenue to raise capital? Venture versus crowdfunding versus other.
So some of it has to do with the industry and the type of company that it is. I think crowdfunding is suited well for products and widgets and things. Maybe less suited for ethereal selling of bits or service industry type things. It really comes down to is that founder, that entrepreneur, a passionate communicator that can communicate a message to inspire people to want to invest in them. And that's true in front of a venture capital partner as much as it is doing a video and putting it out on a platform and asking people to invest money in. So it really depends on their ability to communicate their message, what that problem is. Is it big enough? Does it touch enough people? One of the things I love about crowdfunding is it's a true market validation of what people are trying to do. And, we talk about doing market validation and making sure that there's a market for what you're selling. And when you go out to the crowd with that message, you'll find very quickly whether people believe that what you have is actually a solution to a problem. And so that's one of the considerations that we take, or I take in working with portfolio companies on, okay, when we start capital mapping for you, these are the opportunities, these are the things that can help you grow your company. Let's consider all of them and move forward. We've done a couple of CF programs here at the Precelerator this year because the portfolio companies are interested in it. And they are frustrated by the many hoops that angel groups are putting them through or that venture partners are putting them through in order to even get in front of them by raising the bar every time they go back. Well, you need this traction. Now you need this traction. And with the crowd, you don't have to do that. You go out once and the crowd is going to tell you whether you have a good enough program that they want to fund. So I think that's true market validation. And that's one of the reasons why I like it. I think one of the cautions I'll throw out there is that founder, is that CEO of a startup prepared once they raise that money for those 4,000 investors? And now what do they do with them? How do they communicate with them? What is their fiduciary responsibility back to them? And are we training people to be ready for that? It's easy to train them to be ready for 2 or 3 VCs that may come onto their board. But all of a sudden, when your cap table shows 4,000 or 5,000 people, now you need someone in charge of investor relations. And is a startup ready for that? So I think that's one of the things that I caution people out, is to make sure you have the infrastructure once you do raise the money, because you have to have a big enough boat to catch the fish in. And if you're in a rowboat and you land a whale, you're going to sink. So I think that analogy suits this discussion. So thoughts?
Yeah,
Oscar?
I was just going to go there. I was listening to you earlier, and I was saying, let's not forget the part what happens when you raise your money, which you will, and a lot of them are not ready. So, God, it goes way back a few years. I'm rewriting the book, but it's called Equity Crowdfunding 101. I wrote 2 chapters in there about, and I got called on it by the VC community, where I said, turn shareholders, think of them as customers, and turn them into ambassadors. And, I put it back, and because they were saying, who on earth would want 5,000 shareholders? And I say, well, when I come to your door looking for money, the first thing you ask me is how many customers I have. So what if I brought 5,000? I mean, what is the difference, right? I think, so that's the value proposition. Everybody gets that part. But what they tend to forget, this is where right now we need to hurry on this. What a lot of companies are forgetting, you didn't create a plan after you raise your money, because now you have those 5,000 customers or ambassadors. So there's some great companies that have adopted the framework that I introduced, companies like Brewdog Breweries, there's companies like Legion M, and there's a few others. They don't call them shareholders. One calls them equity punks, the other one calls them legionnaires. our company, we call them gladiators. They're coming on board with us to embrace the market, where they're part of the journey. They're going to live and breathe my pain. No longer this shareholders over here and the company over there. If we do that, we're going back to 2008 financial crisis, because that's exactly what happened. Investors were put in one bucket, and the guys with the money would said, you know what, we'll just take our money and we'll come right back again, while everybody else lost their homes and all that. The Jobs Act was created to make sure that wouldn't happen again. So I don't know where we're going to get that. I've been looking for companies who specialize. I don't know if we're going to call it investor relations, because the only thing I don't like about that term, it's coming from the connotation of the publicly traded world, which in their world is, I become an IR person. I'm compensated if I take the stock from 10 cents to 50 cents and I get options, and voila, and they don't know the shareholders by name. I described that earlier in another call. I said the difference between a private company and a public company is very simple. In a public company, the CEO and management board of directors look at the cap table and they see a number, 88,700,000 shares outstanding. That's a public. In a private, they see 88 million and all that, but they see John, Linda, Harry, Smith. They see every single shareholder by line item, who owns the equity in their company. So that responsibility, you can't say you don't know who they are. So you need to have a plan. And people need to start looking at these individuals. There's a great opportunity out there, and I'm calling people out on this. If you have the mindset of helping community development, you have the mindset of what it means to take care, this is what companies need. And make no mistake, companies, anybody who's raising money, 100 shareholders or more, you need to bring a person like that in, even as on a part-time basis, to give you a strategy. To your point, Len, if we don't do that, you need money the next time around to be, well, we didn't hear from you for the last 6 months. What's been going on?
That's right. Why would I give you more?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think it really does start, CF funding, venture capital funding, those are all tactics. You need to have a strategy before you build your tactics. And so having a strategy that takes you out from beginning to end, and having that vision is very, very important as you set that table. So, I'll use the setting of the table and feeding a dinner, right? You have your appetizer, you have your main course, you have your pasta course, you have your salad, and you have your dessert, and you plan a menu. And when you're building your company and you're building your capital strategy, you have to plan your menu, and you have to know at each point when you're going to deliver that and how you're going to respond to those people to make that next course as appetizing as the first course was. So that is really the magic of how this all works. But you need to go in with a strategy, because once you raise that money, yes, you have a responsibility back to those people that made an investment into you. And that responsibility is communication, to treat them as customers, not just investors. I really believe that's important, Oscar. And it goes back to pre-equity crowdfunding and just going back to the Kickstarter campaigns that people had.
Yeah, going back to the basics,
And there's no difference. There's no difference whatsoever, other than one is equity and one is not equity. But Kickstarter campaigns were great for market validation and building customer bases. And same thing with CF funding. So don't forget that. I think that's a big piece of it. William, we're dominating the conversation over you, so speak up.
No, it's good conversation. Just wanted to kind of give an example of what we're doing. So, right now, like I said, we're wrapping up our crowdfunding next week. We've got over 400 investors. And for us, a big reason why we did the crowdfund was to get those 400, 500 investors in our ecosystem, financially incentivized, bought into our company, to help us succeed, and for us specifically to help our portfolio companies succeed. And so what we've set up is a number of different databases where investors in our crowd campaign can go in and say, hey, I'm an investor, I'm a service provider, I'm a mentor, I'm an advisor, and I'm interested in helping your portfolio companies. And so that's been a great tool for us to activate our investors and get them involved in what we're doing, as well as help our portfolio companies. So one example I gave earlier in the week was, we had a portfolio company that came to us and said, hey, trying to find a UX UI designer. We went out, blasted it to our network and said, which includes our investors in the crowdfunding campaign, and said, hey, portfolio company looking for this. A week later, we got 5, 6, 7 different options back that we presented to the portfolio company, and then they made a hire. That couldn't have happened without that army of investors that were willing and able to help us and help our portfolio companies. So that's just, one example of what we're doing. And then the other piece on kind of activating and getting your investors involved, I mentioned this early in the week as well, but I think the CF world and any founders that raise using CF can take a page out of the playbook from what's going on in the crypto world right now. So the NFT craze is, got some flaws and things going on that, will work itself out. But what they're doing really well is building these communities where people go in, they buy an NFT, and then they're part of the community. And that community is building games. It's building, metaverse experiences. They're all working together to create value. And I think there's some parallels there between, the Reg CF investors and, having 500, 600 people on your cap table, and working together to create value versus just being passive on the cap table.
Agreed. But with the only cautionary tale that we just for the sake of, for your protection and all ours, we have to indicate that, there is a large portion of NFTs today that are proceeding in the market with the wrong assumption that what they're doing is not a security. It is a security. So what
100%.
You're talking about is a registered, regulated NFT security. And I agree with you 100%.
Lots of securities laws being broken in that world. I'm
just
making a parallel
I just said I mentioned it because
aspect of it.
There's a lot of chatter about NFTs right now. It's supposed to be the game changer, and it's it's not. It's just a very different variation of digital securities. It's the same thing, but I understand it. But I caution people thinking that it. It's funny. I'm an entrepreneur, but I also respect compliance. And we have a new commissioner, as we all know, right? And he's the type of person, if you saw it, there was a picture, there's a gentleman ringing the bell of the New York Stock Exchange, and this individual served a subpoena right there. That's the kind of commissioner we have today. He is not going to allow, which we do need the market to clean up, but it's like any market. There's always going to be those individuals that are going to try to utilize it for non-compliantly. So, but it's
and that reminds me of what crowdfunding looked like back in 2012 to 2015.
Yes.
Just before the Jobs Act was fully enacted, there were platforms out there trying to do this, and there were a lot of lessons learned. And actually, I applaud those efforts, because without people trying different things up front, when it actually became law, those people that were then well positioned on their platform with broker-dealer licenses, with built-in databases of investors that they could bring to the retail environment through crowdfunding, was very, very helpful. And
it was, most of you probably might not know this, but that's a really great point, Len. The people that started in 2012, there were some mistakes, and we don't talk about it much, but I will tell you, there was one fraud between 2012 and 2015, one. And it was caught early enough by the SEC. It was caught so fast. This fraud occurred on AngelList and EquityNet. So I just want to make sure we're really clear. It did not happen on a registered funding platform or a broker-dealer funding platform, because there's no way that, and the fraud was beautiful. The only thing that was real was the company. That was it. The name of the company. He faked everything else, and the SEC was able to get about 90% of the money. So it taught us a lot. At that moment, the SEC was kind of saying, yes, EquityNet, we'll let you operate without a license. And now after that, all of them got their letters pulled. So from then on, it was a registered funding portal or a registered broker-dealer. There was no more gray. That's what
Right.
happens with gray. Gray means that if nobody's watching out for the investor, I mean, we all, I hear this a lot. This is what we're doing for companies. This is what we're doing for companies. We need to stop that narrative. I'm sorry. I think this is really important. That I think that narrative is, we're all saying that, but we should really be saying is, what can I do to that investor? We need to help them. Remember, they're putting in $500, maybe $1,000. That may not be a lot, but that's all they got, and they're willing to participate. So we really need to be focused on how can we get that money they put in to make sure they get a return. You know why? Because if they do that, they'll come back again and again and again. And that's, we need to start having that, the equation today that I see in content in the market. And our team, we brought in a research team to analyze all the content out there today, outside of King's Crowd, which Chris and the team are doing a great job. Thank you. And hopefully more like Chris will do the same. They're bringing a highlight, and they're doing some, report utilizing the First Amendment, not as a registered regulated entity. But nevertheless, at least it's for the investor. But we need a voice by the platforms in the industry to start talking about the investor, because make no mistake, if we don't start putting a voice to them or bring an education that we're there for them, like any other sector, they know how big their crowd is. The same way you got them, they're going to turn that around and utilize it coming back. And we are so close. I kid you not. I was only a week away from publishing an article, and I know the title of the article is so, like, it looks like doomsday. It's not meant to be. It's to try to get your attention. It's time to wake up. And that is we're putting retail investors, and I'm not going to use the word retail. We're taking everyday people that have not been given a chance to invest before. We're telling them in the advertising, come here. You will be able to participate directly. I mean, you listen to those words. Words are everything. Directly into my company, and you will be a shareholder. And then they put their $100 in or $200 in, and then a few days later or a couple emails later, they get an email. They sign this sub-agreement, and then they're wondering, and then they find out that, wait a minute, how come I'm not a shareholder of that company? I'm a shareholder in this company. I don't get it. So we are already making some early mistakes by putting them under SPVs and custodial, which some people said, well, Oscar, the company needs to have one shareholder in their line. Okay. So Len said it best. If your strategy to the market is to go after venture capital, and you've not raised any money before, I will give you 70% that's a good strategy for you. I think it's you narrate it, but you've got to understand what you're walking into. You're walking into with a new vehicle. They're not going to go away. You're still going to be responsible. Now you got 2 legal entities, plus you got K1 returns and all that to do, but just know what you're going into. So that's one model. But if the company has already raised seed capital from other investors, or you've used the regulation before, and these investors are already being managed by one transfer agent or some form, and then all of a sudden you bring another round of financing, which here's the part you're going to love. 30% of investors reinvest again. 30%. Now that is great. Not when you do this to them. In one way, they're being managed over here. And as soon as you stick this vehicle, they're being managed over there. And now you're trying to tell them what's going on here. So I'm an advocate for the investor. 2021 and 2022, our entire thesis is about how do we get them educated what they're investing in, to start asking the questions. Our company has spent years educating people on what a safe is, what a warrant is. And people go, but it's simple. Yes, it is when you do investing every day. But it's not when people think a safe is shares in a company. It's not. And we, the transfer agent, have the bad news to tell them. And of course, we understand why it's done. Don't get me wrong. It's not done illegal. Nobody's doing anything illegal. But my point is, it's hard to go explain to them that they thought they invested this way, and then they get this other. That's called bait and switch, right? So the retail investor is a volatile investor. or the general crowd is volatile. It can turn on us at any moment. And
I would
yeah.
also add, while it's volatile, they're also uneducated and not uneducated, unsophisticated investors, right?
Correct.
And the simpler we can keep this process for the investor, the better off everybody is. Once you start complicating it, and you mentioned a couple of words like safe and warrants, those tend to be more sophisticated, opportunities or instruments to finance. And in the retail market, there's no place for that, because it's too hard to communicate to them what a special purpose vehicle is and what that means. And and like you said, in some cases that's a great strategy to use, but you need to know what it is, and you need to know what type of investors you want to go after to be part of that investment portfolio, because that may not be your retail investor going into an SPV. It might be more of a wholesale investor, or someone who's been investing in the past and understands what they're getting into and what the advantages are for them from doing that, and what the advantages are for the company. So
agreed. I always sorry, William, I didn't need to get. It's just this is a really dear subject to me, because I'm dealing with quite a bit, and I sympathize. We're actually doing a little booklet right now for investors to tell them that even though in the safe, you're not a shareholder, you're going to be converted into shares, and why it's an advantage for you, because so you have to give them examples, right? You have to show them that if it was worth, $10, you're going to get a discount to X. And if the valuation is here, so there's a lot of things, but you're right. It's education. We can't move too quickly that we're getting high almighty. That's the word I'm using, high almighty, that, hey, we're getting so big. Yeah, don't worry, they'll just buy it. Yeah, you keep doing that, and this is what's going to happen. It's going to fall right back at us. One thing I like about Regulation A, this is what I like about Reg A versus Reg CF. Reg A is what I call beautiful vanilla. Why? Because there's vanilla and French vanilla. Vanilla is shares, French vanilla is equity, and that's it. There's, you can do bonus shares, you can do perks, you can do all those things that you can. But what it doesn't allow you to do is put the investors in an SPV, a custodial, or any of those things. The companies are even raising greater amounts, like 75 million. So you can get the idea that the numbers are even greater. So this is the part of the education piece that I'm spending quite a bit of time. And it's good to see both your companies, like William in particular, is that you're advocating for that, right? You're advocating for that direct. And it's an interesting model that I have to admit, I've been spending time on your site just to get, because we've only been looking at it. At first, I thought you were an ILO. Have you heard of that?
I've not, no.
Oh my goodness. So I love the acronyms, right? So a while back, about a year
I'll have to
and a
do
half
some
ago,
research.
Yeah, I got approached by a group and say, Oscar, we're going to come up with this new model where investors can invest on ILOs. And I go, what the heck is that? Initial licensing offering. So basically the company's selling its revenue, and I'm going, okay. And then they were talking about where that revenue could trade. And I go, okay. I said, good. It's a security. Go, no. It's not a security because it's revenue. Yeah, but you mentioned trading.
It's a licensing deal.
Well, that's what's Pipe, similar to what Pipe's doing, right? I mean, they're taking revenue streams and financing them and then facilitating a bit of a market. So this stuff is happening. You're right. It is, they are.
And there's lots of different instruments out there that really cloud up or gunk up what a retail investor is looking at and how they get involved. And again, I'll go back to simplicity. So believe it or not, our 45 minutes allotted to us is up, if you can believe that. So before we say goodbye, Oscar, how do we get in touch with you, and what could you offer?
What could I offer? Hey, thank you for that. My name is Oscar Joffrey. You can find me LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. I'm there. Easy, just my name. And what I offer is I'm here to provide education. We have the largest library in regulation, CFNA, and I'm here to support the initiatives what William and others are doing, including Len. That's what we're here to do. By supporting them, we have a healthy ecosystem.
Thank you very much. William?
Yep. William Stringer, LinkedIn, Twitter, Chisos Capital, LinkedIn, Twitter, website, chisos.io. If you're an entrepreneur, obviously we have one offering, one way to provide capital. You can learn more on our website. I'm also happy to chat about raising via Reg CF. I'm Republic venture partner. I'm raising currently on WeFunder. And so I know the landscape from the founder point of view. So always happy to chat and provide any advice or provide intros where I can be helpful.
Super. Thank you. And I'm Len Lonzi. I'm the managing director of the Precelerator program at Stubbs, Alton, and Marklees. I can be found on LinkedIn at Leonard Lonzi. I can be found on Twitter. I can be found at Precelerator or Stubbs, Alton, and Marklees. We are a pre-revenue, early stage tech accelerator located here in Santa Monica. We focus on the Southern California market, and we're looking for good tech founders that are looking to accelerate and take advantage of some fantastic legal services that we offer as part of our program. And with that, gentlemen, thank you all for participating today, and I look forward to working with both of you in the future.
Likewise.
Perfect.
Thanks, y'all.
Likewise. Cheers.
Are you an early stage founder with a big idea but no capital to make it real? Founders like Chris here know that getting funding can be hard. Chris knows that only 1% of founders will get venture capital investment, and she won't qualify for a bank loan at this early stage. She doesn't have a lot of savings or wealthy connections. So where can she turn for the $40,000 she needs to get her business started? Welcome to Chisos. Chisos provides a brand new type of funding for idea, early stage, and side hustle founders. Our unique investment contract, called a Convertible Income Share Agreement, or CISA, provides fair funding for founders. The investment is more flexible than other debt or equity-based funding options because it's designed with founders like you in mind. Chisos equalizes opportunities, activates ideas, invests in the future. Apply today. Visit www.chisos.io to get started.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Miller, and I'm from issuance.com. And I'm here to talk a little bit about marketing to retail investors. We've got some insights, some strategies, and some best practices for you. Let me start sharing my screen, and we can go through the presentation. Okay, now my little StreamYard thing is completely frozen. Hold on one second.
Welcome to Going Public. On this season of Going Public, we've uncovered 3 American companies
You guys have something your competitors don't.
that are putting it all on the line.
This only happens if you get money.
No turning back now.
They need to raise serious capital
It's go time for everybody.
to take their companies to the next level.
That's a thing to watch for.
We went from 0 to 1 million users. This has been a huge hit.
Yes! We've decided to bypass the venture capitalists and the institutional investors.
To partner with and reward our customers.
We're not into making the richest people in the world even richer.
We are coming directly to retail investors with our Regulation A+ offering.
Giving you the chance to get in on the ground floor.
You want to go fast?
Yeah.
You'll see firsthand what it takes to get their companies ready.
You ready to do this?
There's a lot of work to do. Get our audit done. Get our Reg A application into the SEC.
We believe we set the record from date of filing to date of qualification.
With the help of mentors who've been there.
Working with you on messaging is something I'm really excited about. Taking complicated concepts and turning them into a t-shirt.
The right celebrity partner will change the face of your brand overnight.
What has been Proven's PR strategy? It sounds like we need one.
Then it's time to pitch.
I'm a little nervous. Are you? Yes! Everybody likes to talk about AI, but this is truly unique. The way that math works out, we think that's going to achieve billion-dollar valuation. You're a hell of a salesman.
And make their case to investors like you.
What can we do with 10 to 25 million when in our past 10 years we've only had 2?
Will Proven's custom skincare tech revolutionize the $155 billion beauty market?
Click to invest.
Will Treble beat the streaming competition and save music for the masses?
Click to invest.
Will Hammett's commitment to quality craftsmanship beat fast fashion?
Click to invest.
It's their journey, but ultimately your decision.
They think we're going to be the next Spotify.
Going Public premieres on entrepreneur.com
October 19th.
Okay, we can try this again. We've got our technical issues worked out. My name is Greg Miller. I'm from Issuance.com. We enable scalable online capital raising. We are a fintech company that works with companies just like yours to help you complete your capital plans. Today, I'm here to talk a little bit about retail investors, and that's a larger group than you can think. So let's just jump right in. A retail investor, generally speaking, is exactly what it sounds like. Any investor who's not an institutional investor. In 2020, they were 19.5% of all U.S. equity trading. They're more empowered than ever. And among current retail investors, 15% invested for the first time in the past 2 years. One of the things we like to do at Issuance is continually work to expand that last number. For equity crowdfunding, for equity issuers, it's best to think about retail investors by their relationship to the company. You've got the customers, subscribers, and users of your products and services. Many of you have already worked that crowd through WeFunder or crowdfunding services, but that's okay. They're still potential investors. I'll give you some a data point on that in just a little bit. There's fans, followers, and brand audience members, people who are aware of your company. They may be a fan of your company, but they're not necessarily yet customers. There are people with high affinity for something that your company does without being specifically aware of it yet. And then there's the general public, which we'll break down into 2 groups in just a second. So first, let's talk about the customers and fans. Many of you already know about this group because loyal customers and fans are the richest target in investing and should be engaged through the lowest cost channels first, your existing email, your existing social, your CRM. These groups can inducing them to invest can increase customer loyalty, increase sales. Now, the thing is, don't worry if you've already worked this group. We've got one client right now that's been working that group for about 3 years. They switched from a crowdfunder to a WeFunder to a 1A. And when they opened the 1A, they raised $10 million in 9 days. So these groups are interested in investing in your company right from when they first engaged you all the way through the IPO and perhaps even later. These investor evangelists can also bring in new customers as they share their enthusiasm about your investment. But I do want to give you one caveat. There is a risk of alienating customers if the pitch is too strong or out of alignment with the customer's experience. That's something you have to think about. It's something that only you will know the answer to. Now I want to talk a little bit about high affinity individuals. These are people who don't yet know your company, but they'll be attracted to one or more parts of it. Think about more than just your product and service and cast a broad net here. Is your company running on sustainable energy? Is it founded by veterans? Does it have a U.S. Manufacturing base? Whatever is special about your company, and you know better than anyone else that your company is so much more than the product you ship out the door, that is something that may attract one of these high affinity individuals. Now we get to the larger investment groups. First, I want to talk about what we at Issuance call traditional Regulation A investors. A broad reach, but with select content, is the best practice to foster the greatest engagement. However, targeting is key here, and I'll talk a little bit more about targeting this group in a bit. And then finally, there's the general public. And here, I have to tell you, these are generally very, very high cost audiences to reach. They've got, you get a ton of clicks and you get very low conversions. So if you want to be careful not to choose too broad an audience, and you want to, at least to the extent you can, pair this audience with one of the prior groups, whether it's a high affinity individual or the traditional Reg A. And the other thing you want to do when you approach this group is you want to at least gate for disposable income. We'll get a little bit into that later. So we want to talk a little bit about these folks. The retail investor is a little bit different from the crowdfunding or the WeFunder group. First and foremost, they want to make money. The more, the better. That's why they're investing. But second, they want to feel good about their choice to invest with you. In order to do that, you have to hit their motivations. Their motivations generally start at the top of belonging and love and end at cognitive. You're not selling food here, but you're also not selling a better soul. So wealth in excess of the needs for financial security, fear of missing out, being known as incisive or intelligent, belonging to an elite group, being an early actor, and especially being associated with greatness. Again, we'll circle back to that in just a second. Now, retail investors are smart. They make their decision based on all of the available info. There's your offering website, your campaign content like ads and emails and that sort of thing. But they're also going to go to your SEC filings. I've got a statistic for you on that. And they're going to Google you. They're going to look at your website, your social media, your mentions in the news. Let's see. Let's just skip over that. Yeah, let's talk about those SEC filings, because I think that, well, they're a very underrated part of your marketing campaign. We had one issuer recently who has a traditional Regulation A audience that they're outreaching to. They don't have a good customer engagement yet. They don't have they don't have good customer engagement yet, so they can't reach out to those folks. Those folks, 50% of the people who hit their landing page open the SEC document. I just sent out a press release for another client, and again, 40% of those folks read the SEC document. So we'll talk a little bit about how that could be part of your marketing campaign in a little bit. So let's talk a little bit about how you're going to reach these folks. The biggest way right now and the lowest cost way is through social media: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, those kinds of things. But after that, you want emails and even SMS content. We can have it from the company. Generally, that's better than channeling it through a third party, but there are some instances where a third party may be appropriate. Their webinar presentations and events. It's very important, and we'll talk about this later too, that you make your case for investment available in multiple ways. You've got your video, you've got graphical, and you've got text. And then obviously there's traditional network and financial media, major networks and that sort of thing. Now, those tend not to convert extremely well. However, they can be good content for outreaches that do convert. So yeah, we'll talk about another way to think about your distribution channel. There's the things you own. That's your company platform accounts, your CRM, and other direct and unpaid message. This especially includes people, often thousands and thousands of them, who went to your landing page, shared an email address, but did not invest. Those are very, very good prospects, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. There's earned distribution, traditional PR, media relations, press outreach, networking. Again, that tends not to convert, but it can be very, very good content. And finally, there's paid distribution. Your Facebook ads, your Google display ads. We've actually got a variety of ways that we reach out to potential investors. That's going to be an important part of your raise. So how do you do this? Well, first, let's talk about the prep work. First, you want to make sure all of your content is up to snuff, not just what's directed at new investors. Like I said before, people are going to Google you. They're going to visit your webpage. They're going to see what people are saying about you on Reddit. They're going to see your Facebook page, your Instagram. And if they see a half-formed company there, they're going to bail on you. Now, some investors, the early investors, the WeFunder crowd, they actually may be happy about that. They think, oh, wow, this company is working so hard on their actual product or service that they don't have time to update their Facebook page. And I think that is great. That is not true of the broader investing public. You're going to want to have a robust presence wherever you exist. The second thing, if there's something you want to say about your company, get it in your filing documents. If your filing documents say it, you can almost certainly repeat it in any other format. If it's not in your filing documents, that's going to be a problem for you in terms of saying it in any other format. In fact, your filing documents can be one of your most important marketing materials. Like I said, an enormous number of investors actually do open that thing and they read it. So you are allowed to put graphics in there. You can put pictures in there. You can put an informal letter from your CEO in there. And you should definitely strive to do all of that because, again, that's one of your most important marketing materials. I gave you the stats on who reads it. But sometimes in excess of 50% of the people who hit your landing page will read the SEC documents. Now, I've got a caveat here. Your securities lawyer is your friend, not your enemy here. You'll think she's being an impediment, but in fact, she is saving your raise. Right now, the SEC is not particularly focused on Regulation A investors. They're not, reading your ads or anything like that. But if you attract regulatory attention for some other reason, they will know every improper thing you ever did. So your lawyer is your friend. So let's talk again about the people we're reaching. This retail investor group that responds to Reg A is growing. It used to be extremely small, but as the number of Reg A raises has increased and the outreach has increased, the number of people who are interested in these things is also increasing. But certain personas could still help with crafting the message. Think 40 plus, a good income, good but not extravagant savings. Now, don't give up on younger people with smaller portfolios. In particular, on paid outreach, we find the average age of a responder is about 10 years younger than other forms of outreach. One thing I do want to caution you about, the meme stock crowd is not so far bitten on Reg A deals. They appear to be looking for a short-term trade and an opportunity to get a win against Wall Street, whatever that means. So the diamond hands rhetoric and holding for the long term is not something that we've seen that group do. Now, the retail investor outside your customer base is much different from your CF or your crowdfunding. Like I said before, crowdfunder might be happy to be part of someone else's successes, get a new product first, and just sort of be ahead of the crowd. The retail investor is money first, but as I described before with the motivations, not money only. I will say it's getting much harder to sell exclusivity to this crowd because everyone knows if you click on a Facebook ad, you're not going to be shown something exclusive. You can do that further down the funnel. So let's talk about the funnel when they get to your landing page, when they start receiving your emails. The first thing you have to do is you have to tell the truth and you have to be your authentic self. If you don't do that, people will see it a mile away and they will run from your deal, as they should. Selling a stock is different from selling your product or service. The same rules apply. It's still an emotional sale, but in different ways. You are not selling a need. One thing that I've heard from a few people is that no one has ever woken up their spouse in the middle of the night and said, honey, I think we just don't have enough semi-private stock. So when you make your pitch, you want to keep your message as simple as possible. People who are interested in your smallest product or the finest detail of your business can and will open that offering document. When you're creating your marketing materials, keep it simple, keep it straightforward, and move them through. You want to prove as much as you can, though. People are looking at these things and they're looking for you to prove that all the wonderful things you're about to say about your company are true. Use multiple media. Again, text, graphics, pictures, video. The science is out on how people, whether there's a better way of learning for one person or another through these media, but whether they prefer one or more of these media is set. So you want to be able to bring that message to as many different formats as you can. Now, you don't have to say everything that you want to say in all media, but you do want to get the big message in as many different kinds of media as possible. Ping those emotions and then never give up. This is a key. In many of our campaigns, we find as few as 50% of the people invest on the day they hit their landing page. So you want to follow up with them. You want to follow up with emails, with invitations to webinars, with retargeting advertising, and capture that other 50%. Now let's talk a little bit about you. Because at the end of the day, you are the person they are going to be buying stock from. People buy stock from people more than they do from companies. This is particularly true at companies at your stage of formation. They want to be inspired by a strong leader. Basically, they want to find a superhero, and hopefully you can be that superhero. They want things like prior exits, industry experience, that sort of thing. But here's the great part. That experience need not be from the founder of the company. In fact, bringing on a industry professional with an enormous amount of experience can in fact be a validation of the founder's vision and can be used to market your deal. The other thing I want to say here is don't be afraid to ask for people's money. At the end of the day, they aren't going to write you a check unless you ask for one. I want to say a little bit about perks. Perks are actually less crucial to retail investors than to WeFunder and crowdfunder folks, but they can still help. One thing you want to do is think beyond product samples. For example, we've got one client that is offering a quarterly investment update to investors above a certain level, a CEO thank you for investors above a certain level. In fact, we've even got one client that is inviting people to a product launch party down in Miami that is going to have every celebrity you can possibly imagine. It's going to be a very posh affair. Your average retail investor will never ever get into this kind of party if they don't invest in the company. That's great stuff. The big thing about that is none of the stuff I talked about really costs any cash. They cost resources, of course, but they don't cost you any cash out the door. So use the perks to bring retail investors closer to your company. Now we talk a little bit about outreach. Paid advertising is going to be a key way to attract new investors if you want to raise more than a certain amount of money. It can be expensive, but it need not be if your message and your targeting are good. At this point in the funnel, targeting is as important or maybe even more important as your messaging. That's painful for me to say because I'm a copywriter, but it's true. The targeting is crucial. In fact, one thing to keep in mind here is you don't want to try to pack too much in the ads. Don't tell your story. You're selling the click, not the stock. You can sell the stock on your landing page. Right now, you want to get people curious to say, oh, I want to learn more about this. And again, I want to talk a little bit about earned media. It doesn't drive conversions, but it can provide validation and content for communications. So wrapping it up, the retail investor is a very large community. It can be extremely expensive to target them all, but if you target them carefully, they can be an important part of your fundraising efforts at a very low cost of capital. The key is to understand who they are and how they differ from prior communities so that you can make effective use of it. And that concludes my prepared presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions. Okay, then, in the absence of any questions, I want to thank you very much for your time today. If you have any follow-on questions or you want to get in touch with me directly, my email is greg@issuance.com, and I'd be happy to lend any assistance I can to any of you. Thank you for your time.
Almost 10 years ago, a novel idea enabled by digital technology offered a new kind of accommodation for travelers.
Realpha's mission is to empower people to invest in real people, real assets, and real moments. The whole tagline, invest in real, really stems from kind of this current moment in time where you have people investing in extremely intangible assets, you know, cryptocurrency and meme stocks.
I think that what you're seeing is essentially a pushback against the establishment in a really important way. Normal, ordinary folks have now access to all the same information as institutional organized capital.
But they're not investing in real assets. Property and real estate is something that people have aspired to own since the beginning of time. And there's this new model, Airbnb and short-term rentals, that's completely disrupting that.
The short-term rental market is a $1.2 trillion global industry. And what we're seeing is the demand is outpacing the supply.
Real estate has been a slow adopter of technology. What we are doing is bringing in futuristic technologies today to a market which is saturated with old technologies.
So we'd like you to join our community and invest with us as a shareholder.
Come and join us at the ground floor in our journey of democratizing real estate asset investment around the world.
Hello, everyone, again. Gary, hey, Christy, how are you? I'm great. So I'll kick it off, and I'll turn it over to you. My name is Eitan Butler. I'm the chairman at the Dalmore Group. We are a FINRA and SEC registered broker-dealer investment bank. We're headquartered in New York and founded in 2005. We specialize in helping companies raise capital online at scale through regulations A, CF, and D. And I'm here with my friends Gary Devanora, the CEO, and Christy Curry, the CMO of Real Alpha. Real Alpha is a company that's on a mission to democratize access to home ownership through the use of Regulation A. And today's topic is investing is no longer for the 1%. And I think that's a very true statement. Prior to the Jobs Act, companies were limited as far as how they went upon raising capital, and investors were limited as far as what they could invest in, right? So if you were a company a few years ago and you wanted to go out and raise growth capital for your business, you had limited options. You could go to friends and family, and that oftentimes has strings attached, and if at all possible, you could go and knock on Wall Street doors and try to get the attention of an investment bank, or go to a VC or a private equity firm. And we all know that these entities, oftentimes invest in less than 1 in every 100 opportunities that are brought to them, right? And if you're a minority-owned business, historically, you've been in an unfairly challenging situation, right? Very difficult to get the attention of the traditional institutions. But that's changed today. It's changed for companies who are looking to raise capital for their business because they could take advantage of some of the new regulations and take their opportunity to the masses. They could go to their own ecosystem of friends and followers and community members and subscribers and to the general public that their business opportunity resonates to. And it's changed for investors, right? Anyone under over 18 can now participate in what they believe might become the next big thing. Whatever resonates to them, they now have the opportunity to participate in. Dalmore is fortunate to be working with currently over 150 Reg A clients. And I spend my days talking with the CEOs of these companies. It's perhaps what I enjoy most. And from time to time, I come across a CEO and a team who really stands out from the crowd. And when Giri called me back in April, he said, "Hey, Tan, I know you guys are doing all the big Reg A's. We want to be the first $75 million Reg A." And I said, "Okay, Giri, it sounds like a plan. I'm in. Let's do this." So we got engaged and we started our onboarding process. And I guess about a month later, I called him. I said, "Hey, Giri, listen, I got some news to tell you. You're not going to be the first. Exodus, this company called Exodus, beat us to the punch. They raised $75 million pretty quickly for their Reg A offering." I go, "But you still could be Dalmore's first $75 million offering. We've hit 50 a number of times, but not yet 75. And he said, "Okay, Eitan, you got a deal. Let's do this, but we got to hurry up because we're planning on going to NASDAQ within a year." Well, here we are today, Gary, right? We're closing out a long week of Equity Crowdfunding Week. And after the recent announcement of the launch of Real Alpha, and that's an exciting place to be. And before we jump into this, because of the industry I'm in, it's important that I mention that this is not a recommendation to purchase any securities or an endorsement of any companies that we're working with or who are raising capital. That said, I see a lot of really interesting and cutting edge opportunities that come across my desk. And a growing number of our issuers have ambitions to ultimately list on NASDAQ after a successful Reg A. Real Alpha is doing something that I personally feel many people out there will be able to pretty easily understand. They're looking to amass a large portfolio of single-family homes across the nation and list them for short-term rental on Airbnb and really allow anyone over 18 to participate in that opportunity. And they have a pretty comprehensive and data-driven plan to accomplish this mission. So Giri, would love for you to start by sharing a bit about yourself and your background prior to founding Real Alpha.
Yeah. Ethan, thanks a lot for that wonderful introduction. Very honored to be associated with you. And I assure you that we are doing everything to be your first $75 million Reg A plus. Every morning and afternoon and evening, we are working on it. I have a great team, like everybody in my team, one qualification they have, Ethan, they are smarter than me, right? So, like having such a wonderful team, we are doing multiple things, to accelerate our process of growth. From capital raising, hiring people, property acquisition, onboarding it onto Airbnb, many things are happening. So before, I tell the Real Alpha part of the story, I want to give a quick introduction of myself, and then Christy can introduce herself. I've been a tech entrepreneur. This is my sixth venture. I took my previous company to NASDAQ in under 4 years. So, that was the record. I thought, it'll take minimum 4 years, but I believe that with Reg A, we can do much faster than that. Before that, I had built 1,000+ people, financial services tech company before fintech became the buzzword. So, been there, I've seen all kinds of technologies come. I'm a computer engineer by education. I came to, US with a $65 in my pocket. So I know the pain of not having capital, not having connections, and no contract to start as an entrepreneur. So we are addressing all those issues. We will discuss in our introduction of Realpha. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, so I am Christy Curry, Chief Marketing Officer at Realpha. My background has always been in the startup space, launched my own med tech venture out of college, always had the entrepreneurial bug. And after that, I met our CFO at a London-based consulting company called Elmarks, where we worked with corporate innovations or corporate companies, around the world to help them set up their own innovation programs. And through that, I was working between the disrupted and the disruptors, helping startups from all different kinds of technology verticals learn how to pitch their technology, learn how to strategize and apply their technologies within these large corporate organizations, as well as helping these organizations set up internal innovation programs and create intrapreneurs. So I've always been in kind of this strategy space and seen, a lot of successful fundraising rounds, working with all of these startups. But, even coming to Realpha, I had never heard of Reg A. It's been a learning curve for all of us, and it's been a really exciting one. So we're really excited to be launching, our offering this week.
Yeah. So the story of Realpha Eaton is, early last year, what happened was one of my friends called me saying that she wanted to buy an investment property in Princeton, New Jersey. That was about $400,000. The problem with property investment, for the second property or the third property, etc., you have to bring in 25% down. Who will have 100,000? Most Americans don't have enough money for an emergency to cover. $1,000 is not there in most people's bank account. How do you help such kind of people to make an investment, etc.? That was the origin of Realpha. I said, okay, when she asked me, can you give me 100,000 or can you solve this problem? Being a tech entrepreneur, I said, I'm going to figure out how to solve the problem of property ownership. That is the origin of Realpha. We are reimagining alpha. So what happens is, when somebody wants to make a property investment, they have to go through, hundreds of sources, etc. So what we did was we built a platform which will eliminate all the core problems that are in the real estate investment. We built an artificial intelligence platform which can analyze thousands of properties, and it assigns what we call as Realpha score, which is what will help us buy better properties in a fraction of a minute, wherein analyzing thousands of properties. Imagine, as a human being, you will never be able to analyze thousands of properties in a minute. Our technology will enable to do that. Then we solve the financing problem. Instead of putting 25% down, what happens is when John and Jane want to invest with us, we put 50%, they put 50%, and then we have brought down the 25% down payment that is necessary to make an investment to 10%, because we have worked with the lenders to bring it down to 10%. So with very minimal investment, as low as $2,500, one can participate in investing in the properties. Then we buy the property, put it on Airbnb. That will fetch a lot more revenue, so that one need not have to worry about repaying that debt, etc. So we have taken care of that, and managing the property, as well as whenever we upgrade a property, etc., we pull out the equity, and the same equity can be invested in other properties. So now you can multiply the properties over a period of time. And one big mistake investors do in real estate, especially individual investors, is they make subjective decisions. They like one area, they go buy, get stuck with that property, and they don't know when to sell, and so on. So what we have done is we have built our machine learning algorithm to analyze such kind of situation. Once you arrive at a profit level, you should just exit. Don't get sentimentally attached to a property, right? It's a commercial decision. It has to be about how do you maximize your profit. So we are doing that, and then bringing down the level of early investment, down payment. We believe we should bring it down to zero. We are working towards doing that. See, Airbnb today, Eaton, is onboarded in 220 countries. It's a $1.2 trillion market, right? We believe that we can enable 1 million people to achieve their dreams of owning investment properties. That's our mission.
So that must be why you chose. That was my next question. Actually, I was going to say that, you're a serial entrepreneur. You have NASDAQ IPO experience. That's not a common thing that you find in many CEOs who are launching Reg A's. I was wondering why you chose to use Reg A, but I guess that's primarily the reason, right? It's to open this up so that you could have participation from the masses, from anyone, right?
Like a lot of people ask me, why am I doing Reg A plus, right?
Yeah.
See, I could have gone to the standard VC private equity route and raised this 75 million. It's not too much money, right? We could raise it, with one or two investors. For example, a bunch of my friends, in Silicon Valley, etc., they'll be able to raise that kind of money very quickly without any, SEC approval or, SEC qualification, those kind of things, right? We could do, from a VC private equity very quickly. But we chose the path of Reg A because with the Regulation A, we will be able to give regular people an opportunity to ride this super growth that is going to happen. Otherwise, it's always, a club of, high net worth individuals and, accredited investors. Only they had the opportunity. Imagine if you could, get onto Airbnb's, early stage friends and family round, right? And when the share price was $10. Today, the market cap of Airbnb is close to $100 billion. Retail investors get only chance at an IPO. Normally what happens is at an IPO, VCs actually exit and, regular people come into that. Why should it be, that? So that is what the Jobs Act changed and enabled everybody. And we believe that, we will be, helping a lot of investors to make money by, taking it to NASDAQ.
Yeah. So makes sense to me. And Christy, so a successful crowdfunding campaign, at least from my experience, has really come down to effective marketing and promotion. As the CMO of Real Alpha, how should companies prepare for from a digital marketing perspective for an effective crowdfunding campaign?
Yeah, so it is interesting because, Reg A is still being invented, I think, especially as more sophisticated startups enter the space. People understand crowdfunding, Kickstarter, Indiegogo, all of that. But now you have, all these empowered retail investors investing in these more sophisticated type of offerings. And you have these startups who have this experience. But I think what it comes down to, and the most important thing, you can run ads all day long, you hire the best digital marketing partners, you get a great PR partner, all of the fundamentals of how you would launch any campaign, you have to set those up. But I think the most important thing is that we can't forget that this is crowdfunding. People buy into the story. They see themselves in the story. So it's a very psychological and emotional decision for a retail investor, especially, to go and click invest now and follow through in the process. So it's about having a compelling story and a compelling narrative and, allowing people to feel connected to that. So, we're doing a lot of different things that I think are, a bit out of the box when it comes to Reg A. We can rely on digital marketing all day long, but it's also, how do you get out there? How do you build the awareness? How do you connect with people? How do you provide them something, aside from getting in on the ground floor of the startup, how do you provide them with something, even more impactful than that? So can part of their investment, be matched to provide what we're calling the Reimagine Fund, to help create a social impact fund that will help the communities that Real Alpha is entering into? Can we give our shareholders nights to go and stay at the properties? So, I think it's about telling the story, and it's about getting out of the box. There's a lot of space right now in the Reg A space to define what is going to work. And that's really what we're excited about. The sky is really the limit for us.
That's amazing. And so you guys could have done this on one of a growing number of marketplace platforms, right? You could have chosen to go with an existing community that, and list your offering amongst many others, and maybe, have the benefit of having a lot more eyeballs, right? Without having to go and have Christy hustle to kind of, get in front of more. And so why did you choose to host your offering on your own domain rather than amongst many others on a marketplace platform?
So from a strategic point, you need to own your investors. Those marketplaces control the investors, by themselves. Number one. Number two, for us, see, eventually we will be putting all these properties that we are going to buy to our syndicate members. So our Reg A investors are going to be our investors in the properties as well, and they'll be our guests in the communities as well, right? So for us, it's a three-way network effect. A guest can become an investor in Reg A, he or she can become an investor in a property, and so on and so forth. Like we have multiple benefits of managing our own community rather than just relying on. If it was just raising money, obviously that would have been the path. But we believe that we have to have our own community, build value for our community, and provide extraordinary service to our community members.
Yeah, no, it makes sense to me. And question for you: what impact do you think that Real Alpha will have on the Airbnb business model?
Yeah, very interesting question. From a guest experience perspective, I'll let Christy talk about it. From a scale perspective, see what has happened is Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky is on record telling that there is a massive shortage of Airbnb homes. Almost 2 million homes are needed. And they are growing exponentially further in every city. And as more and more cities are becoming Airbnb friendly, there will be a much larger need. So because of those reasons, we believe that there has to be a consolidated player who can help in scaling that part of the business. From a guest experience, Christy can answer better than me.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's the Airbnb industry it's such an interesting point where you have this like fundamental push and pull where they want to stay true to their roots of community and the mom and pop hosts, and the neighborhoods are very important to them, but at the same time they need scale. So they need those larger scale operators. So with us, we give people the opportunity to own stakes in these properties that maintain, feel like they're a part of it. That maintains some of that community aspect, gives the power back to the guest and people who want to become hosts. We have so many hosts reaching out to us saying, hey, can you buy 51% of my property? I'll maintain 49% ownership, but, I see this opportunity where I don't need to, solely do all of this work myself, number one. Number two, from a guest experience point of view, especially for us, I think there's, number one, a lot of opportunity to innovate within the guest experience that will only optimize the returns to our members and create that virtuous cycle that Gary was talking about. But also there's so much opportunity for data within this. Airbnb, that experience ends when you leave the Airbnb platform. They have no idea what happens when a guest is actually there. They've set up these Airbnb experiences and things like that. But I think there's the opportunity for data as well, data-driven decisions within the guest experience, within this kind of future of hospitality, and all the service layers that can be added on top of that, and all the partnerships that can be explored with that. So I think there's an amazing experience to create, this, consistent brand within Airbnb through Realpha, where the community owns the properties and not, the private equity firms or large commercial developers that are buying up, a ton of properties now.
Yeah. And, we're at an interesting time historically. We're years, feels like years into the pandemic. And I was wondering, how would you describe this? Like, why do you think that now is the right time, the ideal time for this model?
So various reasons. One is even before pandemic itself, the shift from hotels to like staying in properties, Airbnb type properties. Already it was moving. The entire short-term rental market went on a rocket ship, because of the COVID, right? The other part is, let's say you are a family of 6 people or something like that. If you want to go to any vacation spot, you'll have to book 3 rooms or maybe 4 rooms. It will cost you a ton of money. Instead of that, you can rent a home and then maybe 10 people can stay, right? So there are economic reasons and health reasons, and it's a lifestyle thing as well. You don't want to go and stay in the same kind of room again and again, right? Airbnb offers that refreshing change to experience something else. So these are some of the primary reasons why one would move on to next generation of Airbnb properties.
Yeah, and I think especially with younger generations too, the model is interesting because these generations are renting till they're 40. It's perpetual rentership and the gig economy and ride sharing and fractionalized ownership. And at the same time, they're interested in investing in new, interesting types of assets, and a lot of them are very intangible. So this is an interesting way for people to own a stake in something that interests them and start to build wealth through real estate, even if they're, not ready to buy their own home, don't have the means to buy their own home, whatever it is. It can be very powerful. I think the other effects that we talk about, aside from Airbnb itself, or, Robinhood and the control that retail investors have taken over markets. And I think that's why it's such an interesting time for Reg A and, especially for models like us within Reg A. And then, you have all these other, invitation homes. They went from 0 to 80,000 homes in 8 years. So backed by investor capital. So how can we do that, at scale as well in the short-term rental market? And then, you have Stripe, companies like Stripe where there are these emerging industries and it's an opportunity for us to consolidate these technologies within these industries and all of these offerings into this ecosystem. So kind of those are the 4 kind of case studies that we look at, and we really think that we sit at the center of them, of like Airbnb, Robinhood, invitation homes, and then what Stripe did in the fintech space. And that's why we think it's, we're really going to, set fire to everything we're doing very soon and take off.
I love it. And how big could this thing get? I mean, like, where do you see Real Alpha in 3 years from now, right? So hopefully you have a successful Reg A and you break our record, and you're off to the races. Where do you see yourself in 3 years, Gary?
Yeah. So with all the legal caveats and forward-looking statements, etc. Our plan is to add up to a 5,000 kind of property level, wherein we would have bought at least about a $1.5 billion worth of properties and brought in maybe 10,000 or so syndicate members to own those properties, maybe 15,000. So that's the number that we are working with. I mean, we are experimenting with not only the number of properties and number of syndicate members. How do we lower the entry barriers for one to come into this community, and then can we allow somebody with zero down to come into our community and then start owning properties, right? That is one part of the from a pure business perspective. But we are doing something else which is more from a heart perspective, not just the head perspective. We call it as Reimagine Fund. So Christy, why don't you talk about Reimagine Fund? You're on mute.
Yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we want to prop the communities up that we're entering into. So the Reimagine Fund is everything from taking $1.5 million and creating up to $30 million in assets under management for individuals in underserved and underrepresented populations within real estate, and then also creating micro entrepreneurs, providing seed capital to start businesses which might serve Real Alpha operations, get them their first contracts, etc. So we're really looking to make this a very, lucrative fund that will, exist for all of Real Alpha, not just after this Reg A. We want to set it up for long-term success. And, I'm sure we'll keep evolving the ideas and it'll become bigger than what we even think it could be now.
Excellent. So investing is no longer for the 1%, and neither is raising capital. Entrepreneurs now have the opportunity to take control of their own capital raising efforts, and by opening up their opportunity to anyone over 18, including their own customers, fans, followers, subscribers, and the general public, through broad advertising and PR like this. And companies are no longer reliant on Wall Street or investment banks or VCs to finance their growth. Today, Reg A has raised, just alone, we saw over $1 billion raised in 2019. We saw $1.5 billion raised in 2020. And 2021 seems to be trending significantly higher than that. And it feels like this is just the beginning. So it's certainly been a pleasure working with you guys. Very excited about your offering and your business model and you as a team. I feel like we've become friends. We had the opportunity to see each other face to face a number of times, which is rare these days. And very much looking forward to working together with you guys, hopefully for a very successful offering and beyond.
Thank you very much, Ethan. And whoever is watching, our investment portal is up and running, invest.realpha.com. Click invest now button, and then consider investing in us as we begin the journey of our super growth, potentially going up to 220 countries around the world, addressing this $1.2 trillion market, which is growing at a crazy high speed. Thank you all.
Imagine you were a kid again, and someone offered you the keys to your very own candy store. Inside, you find the most amazing candies, from champagne gummy bears to candy bento boxes. And it's all yours. This is the world of Sugarfina, and soon you can become a part owner in this luxury candy land. Sugarfina is excited to announce our upcoming crowdfunding campaign to fuel our next phase of growth. Reserve your shares of Sugarfina today at startengine.com/Sugarfina.
Man, what a week. What a week. We have reached the end of the road for Equity Crowdfunding Week. So many great things have happened this week. We've heard some amazing people. We had some amazing conversations. This is where it has all happened.
Sweat, blood, and tears.
Yeah, right here in the control room. Man, we appreciate so much support from everyone in the industry. We appreciate all the attendees, all the registered guests. Yeah, man, this has been a ride.
It was a lot to put this together. To everyone that stuck with us through the whole week, thank you so much. It means the world to us. Monday, if you guys thought it was tough, you can only imagine what it was like for us. I mean, we have a whole production team in studio. This took weeks, months preparation. And for it to just kind of come crashing in one day, it was panic mode here at the studio. Nonetheless, it worked out.
Yeah.
And
we
here
pulled
we are.
Together. Our team is amazing. We have Ksenia Barrera, Jose's wife. She's really instrumental to our team. We have our operations manager, our entire production team, our post-production team, our pre-production team. And they just did amazing. They came together. We all just rallied, and even with, everything happening on Monday with Facebook going down, it's crazy. we were to pull it together and really sit down and say, hey, like, how are we gonna make this happen still?
We really wanted to put something meaningful for the equity crowdfunding industry. We believe dear to our hearts that this is the future for the middle class. This can really do a lot, but we've also seen that there's still a lot of work to be done. That's why we put so much love and work into the production value of this week to make sure that you guys can enjoy that. It wasn't just like another Zoom conference.
Yeah.
So if you thought from the beginning that was going to happen, then it's not, right? We showed you it can be done in a much better way. Next year, we'll be doing this live. Hopefully there's no more COVID, and we can actually give the equity crowdfunding industry a TechCrunch Disrupt kind of feel. We can have everyone come together and actually have the companies meet everyone. A lot of people came to the house throughout the week. We thank you all. There's a lot of companies who supported us through.
Realpha's still here.
Realpha's still here.
Yeah, Realpha. Yeah, one of our premier sponsors. They like jumped in. Gary came out, then he left, and his team stayed. It's been a ride. I'm actually going to click this because I don't want to miss anyone. But I do want to thank all of our sponsors. You guys have been amazing. Dalmore Group, premier sponsor. Realpha, you guys have really dug in and helped us get through this entire week, even from the beginning marketing. Brex, Dealmaker, oh my God, Rebecca, she was amazing. If you did not hear her speak, make sure that you go back and listen to these. They're live on YouTube. You can see them on Beam, and then we'll get some stuff out to you guys as well. But thank you, Chisos, as well as King's Crowd, Tile 3 Funds, Sugar Fina, Yummy, Hawaiian Bros, Lockstep, Most Fundable Companies by Pepperdine University, Rialto Markets, Rove, Beam, Core Connects, Digital Niche Agency, Rise, Start Engine, Sam for Stubbs Alderton, Republic, and I hope I did not forget anyone.
I think it was Issuance.
I missed Issuance. Sorry, Issuance. I missed you guys, but you guys are amazing, and I love you guys.
And one last thing, huge shout out to the team at Beam. I'll take the blame for any mistakes that happened after what happened on Monday. We asked them if they can pivot their platform to help us do this through Beam instead of having to use something else. If any of you guys code, you can only imagine the pushing code overnight and trying to reconfigure a platform. It's a lot. But if you stuck through us with Beam, which a lot of you guys did, thank you so much. You can see just how the quality of the platform is just incredible, right? It's for us, it was very imperative that we can have the highest possible quality, better than YouTube, better than Zoom, and Beam True deliver that. So give them another chance. Check them out. We'll send you guys stuff through the rest of the few weeks. The digital magazine is coming out.
Look out for the magazine. You'll be able to purchase it and get a printed copy of it. It'll highlight all of our sponsors and all the amazing things that they're doing in the industry. I mean, we heard from some amazing people on some crazy good topics. We specifically curated this entire conference to tell a story about equity crowdfunding, to really get the word out and really get the idea of the retail investor and what that actually means out to the people, but also in all of our communities. So talking about inequities and raising capital, talk about the transformation and landscape for real estate. That's huge. Like, we live on this planet, let's talk about real estate, right? Rialpha really shed light on that, Rove, as well as City Funds and Nada. It was an amazing experience. We appreciate all of you guys. Bridge the wealth divide. That's the big part here. We need to help people understand what's next for equity crowdfunding. And we want to help you guys tell that story. And then we'll continue to do that. You guys have been very instrumental. I've countless hours, 9 calls a day, 12 calls a day, bringing all these people together. And I think that everyone should make sure that they go back and watch all the sessions that they may have missed. And thank you for sticking with us all the way through the end.
And those that asked, yes, it's going to be available on YouTube, but it's also going to be on Startup Starter on a streaming platform. So once we cut it, edit it, make it clean and beautiful, we'll give you all access to it. If we owe you givebacks, they're coming. As long as we do everything else we promise. And once again, thank you to the entire Startup Starter team. Couldn't have done this without you guys. Truly. And my wife, Ksenia, Josh. Everyone that played a part in this, thank you so much. Thank you to Tube Science, our partner company. And Live Shoot, the company that's hosting production for us. Nick absolutely killed it. Aldo, that's Tube Science.
And then let's not forget our hosts, right?
Yes, and finally, thank you to Jesmo and Darren Marble, our hosts for Equity Crowdfunding Week. You guys did an incredible job every single day and put up with our stuff. So thank you. And with that,
we are out, and you can hear from our hosts one last time. Take care, guys. Until next year.
See you live.
Live from Los Angeles. That is a wrap on Equity Crowdfunding Week 2021. And what an incredible week it was, Darren. I mean, talking about changing capital landscapes, launching successful campaigns, founder stories, attracting investors. I mean, the insight, the inspiration that was shared was truly game-changing.
This was such a special week, Jeslyn, and it's such an exciting opportunity to be co-hosting with you. More than anything, it's exciting for you. You've now learned how to launch an equity crowdfunding campaign. And the beauty of this industry is that it's empowering. Equity crowdfunding is a way for founders to raise capital and retain control and ownership of their business, of your business. You heard from the industry's leading experts who have been there, done that, helped founders just like you raise millions, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. So we hope you've gained a lot from this because this was really a very unique event, the largest event the industry has seen in years. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Dalmore Group, Realpha, Issuance, Dealmaker, and a big shout out to the organizers of this wonderful event, Laurel Scott and Jose Barrera. Thank you so much for bringing this event to life. It was such an incredible opportunity.
We hope you continue to dare to dream bigger and invest in the future you believe in.
We'll see you next time.
The new era of dreams is upon us. Dreams that defy the constraints of the past and change what we thought possible. Dreams of a bigger future, one that levels the playing field, brings bigger opportunities and better rules. Dreams that redefine the power of community, push the human race forward, and push us to dream bigger. That era is now. Equity Crowdfunding Week. Dare to dream bigger.
Oh, we're just getting started. You're gonna wanna be a part of this. From the ground up, it's something we're proud of, and nothing anybody says can stop us. Yeah, with your help we can grow, and with your help we can go where we've never been before. So dare to dream big, you can only win. Dare to dream bigger, yeah. Dare to dream big, you can only win. Dare to dream bigger, dare to dream bigger. Defying all the odds, don't matter what once was. I'm hustling because I know the future is bright. Though I can barely see the steps in front of me, I've got my community and I'm ready for the ride. With your help we can grow, yeah, with your help we can go where we've never been before. So dare to dream big, you can only win. Dare to dream bigger, yeah. Dare to dream big, you can only win. Dare to dream big. everybody eats, everybody eats. Plenty of room there at the table. So everybody eats, everybody feasts. Yeah, with your help we can grow. With your help we can go where we've never been before. So dare to dream big, you can only win. Dare to dream bigger. Oh, dare to dream big, you can only win. Dare to dream bigger. Dare to dream bigger. Dare to dream